Chapter 323. The third treasure chest also started off with a notification that the game difficulty had increased and the reward had increased as well. Obtained item Wild Blood Sword God, unique. Obtained item White Jade Handsome Prince, unique. Obtained couple's outfit Silky Beauty, one and only. Obtained item Master the Night, unique, rare. 4 pieces of clothing, all of them were unique, and one of them was even a couple's set. It was said that high-level clothing could increase many special effects and attributes. For example, the mass-produced white clothing from the Sacred Gate was envied by many. In the end, Liu Chen got 4 of them in one go. Sure. Although I would prefer some equipment, but I can always get equipment in the future. In comparison, clothing seems to be harder to get. There was only one treasure chest left. Liu Chen was looking forward to it and was reluctant to open it. However, he still opened it in the end. Obtained item, Universal Annihilation, legendary quality. Looking at the first item, Liu Chen couldn't help but scream. Damn, treasure. And it's a legendary one. Damn, this is awesome. The first item was a top-grade item. Liu Chen hurriedly suppressed his excitement and continued to loot the chest. Obtained skill Combat Flight can be learned by all jobs, huh? What is this? It seems to be a skill similar to a life skill. Judging from a name, it should be able to fly in battle. Obtained item Star Colored Rose. Give it to a female player to increase their favorability. The effect varies from person to person. Liu Chen almost vomited blood. The 4 treasure chest was like a hodgepodge. There was everything. There was even an item to increase favorability. Speaking of which, what was the use of favorability? Obtained special effect, ID gold plating. Damn, this. As expected, the 4th treasure chest, other than that treasure chest, is just a joke. Although Liu Chen was complaining, he liked the 4th treasure chest as much as the other 3. In fact, he liked it even more than the fashion chest. Just based on that legendary treasure alone, the aura of the entire treasure chest was clearly different. With nothing to do, Liu Chen ate all the immortal pills that he needed to eat and learned all the cultivation techniques that he needed to learn. Spirit channeling allowed the puppets under the puppeteer's control to be able to fight on their own. Compared to battle pets, puppets had their own strengths. The difference was that one controlled living things, while the other controlled dead things. Living things had their advantages and were more agile, while dead things also had their advantages. After all, it was a modified body. The purpose of spirit control was to release one of the spirit controller's puppets and let it fight on its own. Liu Chen didn't choose any profession, but if he had to choose, he wouldn't choose the puppeteer. This kind of method of controlling puppets was too troublesome. But now that he had the puppet source and this spirit communication skill, it was a perfect match. Maybe this skill is a guaranteed drop. It's perfect for the source. Flash Shot was an archer skill. Liu Chen didn't have any long-range weapons, so he put it aside for now. The following ones were even more impressive. Through experiments, Liu Chen had already confirmed that one of his doppelgangers could continue to create doppelgangers. The doppelganger skill could create 3 doppelgangers, and Liu Chen had 5 demon doppelgangers that could use active skills. Then, with each doppelganger, he could have 15 doppelgangers. If he used the Demon King's will, he could create 10 demon doppelgangers at most. That way, he could create 30 more doppelgangers. Including the original 12 doppelgangers, I can have 42 doppelgangers at most. That's a lot. Liu Chen suddenly felt that he wasn't far from the shadow doppelganger skill. It was just that this doppelganger wasn't as strong as the demon doppelganger. It would only inherit passive skills. The advantage was that it could last for a long time. It could last for 20 minutes and had a short cooldown time of 6 minutes. The last skill was also the highlight. Liu Chen's only mid-level Earth rank technique, the 3000 Instant Slash. This technique could only be described as abnormal. 3000 Instant Slash. Level 1 leave behind an illusion to confuse the opponent while the real body enters stealth mode. Within 0.5 seconds, attack 1 or more enemy targets, selectable, 11 times in a row. Each attack is treated as a normal attack and inherits all passive and additional damage effects. When using the Instant Slash, The user is invincible and cannot be tracked. All debuffs will be removed. When the instant slash ends or the opponent dies, the user's real body will appear at the selected location and the illusion will disappear. When attacking, this technique ignores all defense, evasion, forced damage transfer, damage immunity, and other effects of techniques that are of lower quality than the user's. Note, this technique can only be activated by the player. Range, 30 meters. Cooldown time, 3 hours. Technique level, 0/3000. Number of uses this. Liu Chun was stunned. To be honest, he had never seen a player who could withstand 11 of his normal attacks. His normal attacks, even if only the damage was calculated, had combo and poison effects. If he activated the 1 million poison effect, the 11 normal attacks would definitely deal more than 10 million damage. Although it was a close combat technique, having a range of 30 meters was simply unreasonable. An illusion to deceive the opponent while the real body attacked in stealth mode. It was simply impossible to guard against. Moreover, the most terrifying thing about this technique was that it ignored all defense effects of techniques that were of lower quality than the user's. What was this guy's quality? Mid-level Earth rank. Currently, the highest quality techniques that Liu Chun knew were the Triple Gate, Defensive Buddhist Lotus, and Triple Gate. These were all low-level Earth rank techniques that were dropped by first Heaven Stage bosses. In other words, the Triple Gate and Defensive Buddhist Lotus were nothing in front of this technique. The 3000 instant slash was a pure attack-type technique. It was not as flashy as the Triple Gate, nor did it have as many variations as the Triple Gate. Simply put, it could be described in one word. Fuck. If there was a flaw, it would be that this technique couldn't be used by the clone. Liu Chun couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. It would be great if the clone could use it. Together with myself, 11 3000 instant slashes would definitely make the Japanese scream. Well, it's understandable that the clone couldn't use such a strong technique. The last thing that Liu Chun looked at was the shining legendary treasure, Heaven and Earth Annihilation. It was just that this treasure seemed a little strange. Heaven and Earth Annihilation, legendary dazzling gold. Strength, 5,000. Agility, 5,000. Physique, 5,000. Spiritual power, 1,200. Special effect. Unlocked. Unlocking condition. Kill a unit of the same level within 1 second, 0/50. This was the first time that Liu Chun had seen an unlocking condition that required him to kill an enemy instantly. Moreover, the first special effect required him to kill 50 units instantly. Liu Chun was currently at 7 ***. He didn't know how much HP the monsters at 7 *** had, and whether he could kill them instantly. If he really couldn't, he could only kill the players. After all, 7 *** players only had 1 or 2 million HP. 1 3000 instant slash could kill a few of them instantly. The people in the mountains didn't lie to him. There were a bunch of good treasures in Radix's room. Rhubarb, oh Rhubarb, if it wasn't for you, I would have missed out on so many treasures. This time, you're definitely the best. When we return, I'll give you an extra drumstick. Liu Chun said with a smile. As he smiled, Liu Chun suddenly felt sad again. Speaking of which, he was quite excited to have obtained so many treasures, but how was he going to get out? Chapter 324. With all his treasures, he ended up trapped underground. Liu Chun suddenly felt like he had won the lottery before the end of the world and met the bride's menstrual period on his wedding night. Holy shit, Liu Chun was quite depressed. He could only use the light emitted by Xiao Min to explore around. There seemed to be a passage underground, but it was blocked by the stones that fell from above. Where was this place before? Why is there such a place under the source's nest? Liu Chun was a little surprised. I don't know if this road can lead to the top. Whatever, let's go and see. After walking for a long time, the road ahead was blocked. Liu Chun hurried over. What blocked the way was actually a huge stone. The stone couldn't be seen at all. God knows how big it was. Liu Chun hurriedly touched the stone to see if there was any loose or broken way out. Low-level spiritual energy testing stone. Low-level spiritual energy testing stone is a special stone widely used for spiritual energy testing. It can test the target's spiritual energy attribute. Different grades of low-level spiritual energy testing stone have different functions and different upper limits of spiritual energy. When the upper limit is exceeded, the low-level spiritual energy testing stone will also break. Low-level spiritual energy testing stone's upper limit of spiritual energy is between 5000 and 7000, and it can only test the target's spiritual energy strength after excluding all equipment, titles, and abilities. Low-level spiritual energy testing stone is the primary or of this special stone material. There are more impurities. In the absence of purification, the test value of the stone will be far lower than the correct value, which makes it harder to destroy than after purification. Lu Chun frowned. Lu Chun had seen similar stones before in the Fiend City Ruins dungeon. However, that dungeon tested strength, agility, and physique. There had never been one that tested spiritual energy, so it could be destroyed. That's good. Lu Chun breathed a sigh of relief. The upper limit is 7000. Even if I don't count equipment, abilities, and spiritual energy is 11,500. It should be stable. Just as Lu Chun was trying to figure out the stone, the system prompted again. An abnormal map crack has been found in your area. We will fill the crack in 7 days. Please return from the illegal area as soon as possible according to our route. F***CK. Lu Chun was stunned. On his personal map, the route given by the system was precisely through this huge, or it seemed like he had entered an area that he was not supposed to enter, an illegal area. The system told him to leave early and gave him an escape route, but the system did not know that this route had been sealed. Damn it! If I don't leave in time, I wonder if I'll be sealed underground forever. Thinking up to this point, Lu Chun could not help but panic. Calm down, calm down. Lu Chun took a few deep breaths. Lu Chun checked his spiritual energy, 13,700. He had just taken 10 immortal elixir pills, which increased his spiritual power by 10,000 points. In addition, he had 2,500 points of spiritual power. Among them, his spiritual power increased by 2,100 points, so his total spiritual power should be 11,600 points. I don't believe that I can't break this spirit testing stone with my almost 12,000 spiritual energy. Lu Chun snorted coldly. He gathered his spiritual energy into his fist and punched out. According to the spirit testing stone's characteristics, your spiritual power is 6,728 points. Lu Chun almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The year didn't even give him a 40% discount on his spiritual power. Most importantly, the year did not move at all. There was not even a trace of where it was concentrated. Lu Chun shook his head. F***CK. Am I that unlucky? The upper limit of this piece is 7,000 points. F***CK. I was so close to breaking the spirit testing stone. Since the normal method did not work, Lu Chun decided to try cheating. This time, he used Tiger's Roar and punched again. According to the spirit testing stone's characteristics, your spiritual power is 6,755 points. The result was similar to before. It seemed that the spirit testing stone had completely ignored Lu Chun's other attacks, equipment, techniques. It was only testing Lu Chun's own spiritual power. F***CK. I'm really done for this time. Lu Chun's face was dejected. Speaking of which, he had just obtained so many good treasures. Lu Chun was really unwilling to be sealed underground forever. If that was the case, he would basically have to say goodbye to this game. No, let's see if I can use my doppelgangers to help me. Summoning his doppelgangers, Lu Chun had all of them punch at the same time. According to the spirit testing stone's characteristics, your spiritual power is 6,824 points. No way. My doppelgangers have no effect at all. But it's over 6,800 points, so why hasn't it broken yet? Lu Chun tried almost all the methods he could think of, but the spirit testing stone's answer was always between 6,700 and 6,800 points. He still could not break the spirit testing stone. Lu Chun was really out of ideas. He sat on the ground and rested. Don't worry, I need to calm down. Lu Chun took a few deep breaths and began to organize his thoughts. First, he was now only a little bit away from the upper limit of 7,000 points. Second, this spirit testing stone might not be the upper limit of 7,000 points. It could be 6,900 or even 6,825 points, so he was only 176 points away from breaking the ore. Third, the spirit testing stone's results were also fluctuating. His current best result was 6,824 points. If that's the case, then I don't have to worry about not being able to get out. Liu Chan frowned. He still had a trump card, and that was the magic artifact, Mukin Bead. The Mukin Bead had a special effect. After consuming it, it would permanently increase his spiritual power by 300 points. Even with a 40% discount, it would still be 180 points. He could already guarantee that he would be able to get out. However, unless it was a last resort, Liu Chun did not want to use the Mukin Bead for a mere 300 points of spiritual power. This magic artifact was constantly providing him with pure spiritual power. Now, he could get 73 points every minute. In addition, he would get 36 points of spiritual power every time he killed monsters. There was also a special effect that could temporarily increase his spiritual power by 1,000 points. No matter how he looked at it, the value of the Mukin Bead far exceeded 300 points of spiritual power. I won't eat the Mukin Bead until the very end. Right now, no one knows how far I am from getting out. I might as well cultivate. Liu Chun made his final decision. Right, my level 1 Spirit Dan is about to level up. I'll take a look at it after I level up. Thinking of this, Liu Chen's irritable mood calmed down. He immediately sat down cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. 1 minute later, Liu Chun checked his notification system. What he did not expect was that in this 1 minute, he had obtained 100,000 points of spiritual power. What? Liu Chun could not believe it himself. 100,000 points? This? Liu Chun frowned, but after thinking for a while, he suddenly understood. What was this mountain called? Spirit Condensation Mountain Range. How did the source appear? The Spirit Condensation Mountain Range gathered thousands of years of spiritual power and nurtured it. Why did the spirit testing ore appear here? It was probably related to the Spirit Condensation Mountain Range gathering spiritual power. So, I'm afraid that this place is a natural giant spirit condensation array. Liu Chen opened his eyes wide. The Spirit Condensation Mountain Range contained spiritual power that was many times stronger than the Spirit Condensation Array in Cenobus. Damn, no wonder they want to chase me away. Liu Chun suddenly became excited. This time, not only was he going to increase his spiritual power, even those little guys were going to be blessed. Little ones, come out and absorb all the pure spiritual chi in this place. Chapter 325. 4 gods, 4 ferocious beasts, and 8 ultimate beasts. A total of 16 divine beast cubs ran out happily. Rhubarb come out too. Liu Chan wished he could move the entire army over, but unfortunately, the 3 fools were still leveling up in the first level heaven. It didn't matter. Liu Chen's focus now was on training these little guys. Work, don't run around. Train obediently. Whoever doesn't listen can go back. Liu Chun suddenly found that he had become the kindergarten director and was managing a group of naughty little guys. This place was full of spiritual energy, but Liu Chun only had 7 days, so he planned to make good use of this pure spiritual energy. 100,000 spiritual energy in just 1 minute. Where else in the world could find such a good place? Train without caring about anything. In these 2 days, the situation in the second level heaven was very different from before. With the game's difficulty more than doubled, the novice village suddenly became the most popular leveling place. No way. So many people are coming to the novice village. How can we survive? What are you afraid of? They don't play fast. Yeah, I saw a 40-man team with an average level of 55 today. They didn't dare to pull more than 3 werewolves. That scene was similar to ours. The game's difficulty has increased, and the old players have returned to the novice village. Is this the moral decay of human beings or the regression of society? Damn it. Hasn't anyone found Solipsistic yet? I want to kill him now. There were many people who wanted to kill Solipsistic. After learning that Solipsistic was in Yuan village, many people came from afar to bring him to justice. However, no one had seen Solipsistic. In addition, the one who had offered a reward of 1 million in Yuan village was also missing. Many people wondered if that guy was Solipsistic. Of course, unless the person involved came out in person, it was difficult to conclude this matter. Right now, the ones who were suffering the most were the 14 heroes of the Holy Gate and Taijan's group of 5. Originally, there were more and more people in Yuan village, and they would always pass by the village entrance. Gue Chun was a bit better off. After kneeling for a day, he got up. Taijan, on the other hand, was unlucky. He had to kneel for another 3 or 4 days. The Saint Gate had no choice but to find a large group of people to surround the village entrance, surrounding Taijan and the others in the middle of their own people. At the very least, they would be able to save some face. There was a small tavern in Yuan village. This was a place for players to rest and chat. However, the cost was relatively high. A cup of local Nuer Hong cost 5 gold coins. At this time, Jin Xiong, Fu, Lu Shou, and several other bounty hunters were resting here. Hey, Golden Bear, did you find that guy? Find my ass. Why would I still be here drinking with you guys? Golden Bear slammed the table, his face full of anger. What about you guys? Do you have any news? It's the same. My tracking technique can't catch up to him either. It's as if he evaporated from Jiotian. It's really strange. This group of people should be in a competitive relationship. At this time, they had exposed each other. Most likely, they really couldn't find him. Golden Bear shook his head. The highest bounty I've ever received was 5 million. Even that wasn't as troublesome as this. That's right. At most, the other missions were a problem of whether the target was difficult or not. This guy, we can't find him at all. I don't care. After another 3 or 4 days, if there's still no news, I'll give up on this mission. Golden Bear sighed. Actually, compared to that fellow, I want to kill Lone Tyrant more. Right now, the monsters outside are extremely fierce. I used to grind in a level 60 map, but now I don't even know where to grind. That's right. That's normal. There are many people who don't know where to train. Didn't you see so many people returning to the beginner village? In fact, the levels of the monsters in the beginner village weren't low. They were between level 53 and 57. The monsters outside level 60 maps were all level 60 plus. The Jiotian now has changed. It can't be compared to the past. The few of them also drank to drown their sorrows. In the meeting hall of the Holy Gate, a man wearing a mask sat on the president's seat. His face couldn't be seen, but even so, one could feel his majestic aura. The Holy Gate's sect leader, Holy Gate Ling Tian. What's the matter? No one has come to submit the 1 million bounty? Ling Tian's tone was slightly dissatisfied. There were only 6 people under him. 4 of them were from the Holy Gate, and their positions were 1 level higher than the Hallmaster. There were 2 people standing next to Ling Tian, a man and a woman. The man was tall and handsome, while the woman was wearing a veil. Only her graceful figure could be seen. To be so close to the sect leader, their identities were naturally extraordinary. They were the 2 sages who were known as the 2 sages. The Sword Saint, Holy Gate Sword leaves no trace, was a handsome young man. He looked slightly unhappy and said, the sect leader asked, why didn't you answer? One of the 4 saints replied, sect leader, Left Sage, 21 bounty hunters have accepted the mission. They are all in Yuan village now, but they haven't found that person. Ling Tian said indifferently, bounty hunters can't find their prey? This is the first time I've heard of this. Why don't they change their trashy tracking skills to a better one? What kind of kittens and puppies have accepted the mission? Sect leader, basically, they're all 3-star bounty hunters. 3-star? 3-star bounty hunters can't find him. Left Sage Sword said, sect leader, that guy knows that we have a bounty on him. He must have used some special means to hide. Although we are all from the first heaven, there are some differences in the first heaven of each world. Maybe there's a cultivation method that can counter the tracking skill. Ling Tian thought for a moment. It seemed that this was the only answer. Otherwise, even if he left Yuan village, It was impossible for so many high-level bounty hunters to not find him. Ling Tian sighed. Now the difficulty of Zhu Qian has increased sharply, and the matter of my disciples leveling up is enough for me. I hope you can solve this matter quickly. Ling Tian stood up, but suddenly stopped as if he had thought of something. He turned to Traceless Sword and said, "Remember, if you find him, beat him to death. Heal him as you beat him, so he can't die even if he wants to. Torture him for at least a month." Ling Tian was very calm when he said this. It was hard to imagine what kind of mentality he had to say such a cruel punishment. At this time, Right Sage, who had been silent, suddenly said, "Sect leader, wait a moment. I have one more thing to report. We have sent out a total of 3 invitations. 2 of them have been answered. The 2 newcomers are very strong. I am considering whether to increase the position of the Saint Hall. We must keep such talents." Ling Tian said indifferently, "You decide. Why are there only 2? Where is the other one?" "There is one more person who hasn't responded. The system automatically sent him to the first heaven of each world according to our request, so we can't find him. Don't worry. As long as he reaches the second heaven and knows about the Holy Gate, he will naturally come to join us. We just need to wait." Chapter 3:26. On Earth, it was the 7th day of double experience for the entire server. At the same time, it was also the 6th day since Mad Demon left the first layer of heaven and went to the second layer of heaven. After a week of crazy leveling, the overall strength of the Earth server continued to increase, and there were more and more max-level players. At the same time, Juqian businesses were becoming more and more popular, especially one of the businesses, Gangsters. As more and more people reached the max level, they began to bring new players to level up. Of course, the price of apprenticeship now was completely different from before. Now, a few thousand was enough to find a good master, and some could even find one for 1,000. In addition, there were people selling divine martial sets on the market. Most of these people were not from professional teams, so they had a lot of freedom to decide on their equipment. Teams like them could spend some money to find some experts to carry them to a few bosses, and if they dropped divine martial sets, they could sell them at a 5-digit price and still make a profit. This way, it began to speed up the gathering of top-tier equipment to professional teams. In just a week, the strength of the current Earth players was much stronger than before, especially some of the top teams. In the forums, more and more people were looking forward to the arrival of the second layer of heaven. "My divine martial set is complete. 3 strong, 3 pieces, 1 strong, 2 piece. I really want to go to the second layer of heaven soon. Once we reach the second layer of heaven, leveling will be much faster." Didn't Mad Demon reply to someone's post last time? He said that every layer of heaven is a layer of heaven, and he wanted us to focus on leveling up. I think he was a bit arrogant. Although our equipment can't be compared to his, it's only been a week. In a month, there will definitely be a large group of people with strong 5 divine martial sets. It'll be a clean sweep. If it was Nameless who said it, I believe it. Mad Demon wouldn't be so kind. I think he just doesn't want us to reach the second layer of heaven early. The officials should open the second layer of heaven early. It's cool to double experience in a month, but many people are already at the max level. The double experience will only benefit the new players. Lu Chun was reading these posts and could only helplessly shake his head. Aren't these players a little too optimistic? A clean sweep? They couldn't even kill a heavenly domain boss. Who could they sweep? Under the easy difficulty, it was hard to say if these people could even kill a single monster, not to mention that the second layer of heaven's difficulty had increased. However, he couldn't say it now. After all, he was the main culprit that caused the second layer of heaven's difficulty to increase. So I forget it. I won't spoil it. Let them discover and explore on their own. Lu Chun could imagine that many other servers were in a similar situation. Normal players were generally too optimistic. They did not realize what kind of situation they would face in the future. After logging out from the official website, Lu Chun looked at the time. He had been cultivating in the Spirit Condensation Mountain Range for 6 days and 7 nights. It was about time to leave. After so many days, he had collected a total of 1 billion points of pure spiritual energy. It was worth mentioning that Lu Chen's 11,000 points of spirit force have been increased by immortal pills. The benefit of immortal pills was that they could increase the level of spirit force in spirit pills, but it didn't affect the level of spirit pills. In fact, Lu Chen only had 1560 points of Spirit Dawn, and it would only take him more than 150,000 points to increase his Spirit Dawn by one level. After reaching 2,000 points, his Spirit Dawn would need 200,000 points to increase his Spirit Dawn by one level. After 5,000 points, his Spirit Dawn would need 500,000 points to increase his Spirit Dawn by one level. In short, under these complicated calculations, Lu Chen's spiritual energy increased by more than 17,000 points after the allocation of 1 billion points of pure spiritual energy. The pure spiritual energy of his godly pets had already met the conditions for evolution. Now, the overflowing spiritual energy could only be accumulated there and could not be used. Now, as long as there were special spirit essences, Lu Chen could evolve this group of small families several times. Okay, I'm very satisfied with the results. Although I don't want to leave, if we don't leave now, we will be buried alive. Lu Chen stood up and stretched out his hand to the little guys. Come back. It was worth mentioning that the little guys had obtained a lot of pure spiritual energy from their cultivation. Even Xiao Min's spiritual energy had increased by a few thousand points. Only Rhubarb did not seem to have any changes. This guy was especially excited when he was looking for treasure chests. It was like a different dog. When it was cultivating, it had no interest at all and was even lazing around. However, as for Rhubarb, Lu Chen did not expect it to fight. If it wanted to laze around, then so be it. After putting away his various pets, Xiao Min returned to his body, and Lu Chen walked in front of the spirit testing organ. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen threw a punch. This time, the system didn't have time to give prompt. Lu Chen found that the place where his fist was imprinted, cracks were spreading in all directions. It's going to break. Lu Chen's eyes widened. F***CK. This time it's going to cause a landslide. Rumble, the boulder could not hold on any longer. The entire boulder exploded in an instant. F***CK. It seems that even if the ore is broken, whether or not we can get out is another matter. Lu Chen hurriedly concentrated. Blood sacrifice shield. 7 stars chasing the moon. Charge. In the midst of the rubble, a figure flashed wildly in the darkness. F***CK. I'm really running away. Why didn't you give me the reverse moon chasing state? Lu Chen ridiculed. It seemed that skill was only useful in a fight. Lu Chen did not care too much. He ran wildly. Who knew how many rubble hit Lu Chen's body? If not for the blood sacrifice shield, he would have been injured again. There seems to be some light up ahead. In the midst of the chaos, Lu Chen saw a glimmer of hope. Charge! A large rock flew towards Lu Chen's face. You said you wouldn't hit my face. Lu Chen grabbed the rock. He did not have time to deal with it and continued to run for his life. The collapse of the boulder was not a big deal. The collapse of the dome above was a big deal. Lu Chen desperately rushed in the direction of the light. In the nick of time, seeing a black boulder coming down from above without any blind spots, Lu Chen used all his strength and threw himself forward. He finally dodged the boulder and entered the passage ahead. When Lu Chen got up and looked, he could not help but break out in a cold sweat. The road behind him had been completely sealed. If he had been half a beat slower, he would have been buried alive. Let's go quickly. It's not safe here. Lu Chen quickened his pace and ran towards the faint light in the distance. In the darkness, he did not know how far he had run. The light in front became clearer and clearer. The sound of wind whistling could be heard at the entrance of the cave. The exit was there. Not long after, Lu Chen walked out of the exit. The cave behind him suddenly collapsed in just a few seconds. F***CK. That was close. Lu Chen took a deep breath. This cave had been completely sealed. It seemed that if he wanted to go underground in the future, he would not be able to go in from here. With a long sigh of relief, Lu Chen took a deep breath of fresh air. Wow, I suddenly feel that it's good to be alive. Sighing with emotion at the miracle of life, Lu Chen opened the map template and found that he had returned to the map of Nyeyuan village. Forget it. I'll go to Longzhanya later. First, I'll go to the novice village to buy a puppet string. At the same time, in the tavern of Nyeyuan village, a group of idle bounty hunters suddenly had a different expression. Everyone looked at each other. It seemed that everyone knew why everyone else had the same expression. Jin Xiong is your tracker. The thin man in the Fulishu group asked tentatively. Jin Xiong looked around and immediately understood that everyone should be the same. There was nothing to hide. Yes, the target has appeared. Chapter 327. Lu Chun did not forget to look for the mountain man to hand in his mission. Soon, he found a mountain man at the same place. When the mountain man saw Lu Chun, his face was filled with excitement. You survived? Nonsense. Otherwise, you would have seen a ghost in broad daylight, Lu Chun said impatiently. Looks like you knew that place was dangerous. Did you know that the place would collapse? You purposely made me search for the source's treasure so that I would fall to my death, right? The mountain man changed from his previous timid appearance and smiled calmly. That's right. What's your purpose in doing this? The mountain man said faintly. You call this game difficulty, but in my opinion, this is God's luck. There is a price to pay for changing God's luck. Sometimes it's the price of one's life. It's just that I didn't expect you to be so tenacious that you could survive under such circumstances. The mountain man looked at Lu Chun meaningfully. It just so happens that I need someone like you. Lu Chun furrowed his brows slightly. This NPC always felt mysterious. Solipsistic, there are countless geniuses in Jiotian. There are also countless strong people who can survive a few levels. However, there is only one person who can aspire to be the best in Jiotian. This is your mission reward. Ding. Please choose a reward from a portion of God's blood and a portion of demon seed. Lu Chun chose the God's blood without hesitation. After all, he already had an extra demon seed. It was just that there was no need for him to fuse with it now. Perhaps in the eyes of many, Solipsistic was too arrogant and did not even take the sacred gate seriously. Unfortunately, people did not understand Lu Chun's true strength. The strength he displayed now was not his full strength at all. He did not need to use his full strength to deal with ordinary players, at least for now. The reason why he had to hide his strength when he came to the second heaven was because Lu Chun still had mission. That was the quest that he promised Lu Yi, the super boss that started by slaughtering the people of Divine Herbalist Valley and now stood at the top of the second heaven. Based on Lu Chun's current understanding of the second heaven, the monsters here were very strong. The maps here were huge, and the player ecology here was even more martial arts reigned supreme. Powerful guilds could even control a main city, and so on. However, he believed that the second heaven domain would not be so simple. In a situation where he didn't know much about the second heaven domain, Lu Chun wouldn't reveal this mission to anyone, nor would he show his full strength. It didn't matter if the people in the mountains were trying to frame him. It was just a quest anyway. Since he had already given the quest reward, Lu Chun didn't want to compete with this NPC. Thanks. However, Lu Chun discovered that even though he had completed his mission, the mission did not disappear. To be precise, he did not know when he had activated the second part of the awareness of the strong mission. Furthermore, this mission had been completed by some strange coincidence. Mission Awareness of the Strong 2, Hard Mode, completed, can be submitted. Lu Chun's eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. He raised his head and looked at the people in the mountains in disbelief. F***CK, there's a follow-up to my mission, but it says that I've already completed it, the people in the mountains smiled. What's so strange about that? The first mission I gave you was to kill the source. You've already completed it when you killed it. As for the second part of the mission, you can read the description and you'll know what's going on. Lu Chun immediately pulled up the mission. Mission Awareness of the Strong 2, Hard Mode, completed, can be submitted. Mission description. If even a fall from 10,000 meters couldn't kill you, and if even the most perfect low-level spirit testing stone couldn't stop you, then you have proven that the current difficulty of the second heaven still can't satisfy you. You need a higher difficulty. Mission details. Escape from a hopeless situation. Mission Reward 1. The difficulty of the entire galaxy's second heaven will be increased from normal to hard. In hard mode, monsters' attributes will be increased by 100%, players' attributes will be decreased by 15%, and all server income will be increased by 15%. Equipment of dark gold and above will be unlocked, and their drop rate will be increased. Mission Reward 2. Choose one of the 81 types of special essence and receive 1 million special essence. Luchan was completely dumbfounded. He had to admit that it was his idea to increase the difficulty of the game last time, but this time, it really wasn't his choice. Who could he blame for not falling to his death? After falling, he would have to think of a way to get out. Even if he broke the spirit testing stone, he couldn't be blamed. But in the end, the mission was completed just like that. Wait a minute. Luchan couldn't help but think of the hopeful faces of the players on Earth. If they had finally arrived at the second heaven and found out that they were directly facing the hard mode. However, if his attributes were increased by another 100% from the normal mode, Luchan's HP would reach 3 million. His attack would also break through 200,000 after a painful hesitation for a short 1 second. Luchan handed in the mission. I'll choose the ethereal creature's essence and upgrade Tao Tai. That guy's attack burns mana. Now that spiritual energy is becoming more and more important, this should be quite useful. As you wish. Received 1 million ethereal creature's essence. After completing 2 missions in one go, Luchan made a huge profit. Without saying another word, he first upgraded little Tao Tai. 2 million was enough for it to directly grow into a teenager. Tao Ye's attributes were about the same as Tao Wu and Hundun. The key was to look at the special effects. Talent Divine Beast Bloodline. Spiritual Absorption Attack. When attacking in close combat, absorbs 100% of the target's normal damage's pure spiritual energy. This effect can be bestowed to a specific unit. The special effects were just as Luchan thought. This way, his attacks would have an additional special effect of burning mana. Solipsistic, I hope we have a chance to meet again. At that time, I hope you can show off your abilities like now. Luchan frowned slightly. No way, Brother Mountain. Don't tell me you still have a mission. The mountain man smiled slightly. Take a guess. Guess your ass. The mountain man laughed, turned around, and suddenly disappeared from Luchan's sight. Are all NPCs these days so elusive? Luchan shook his head. After seeing Old Man Itinerant Immortal, he could only say that he was used to this kind of guy. Okay, it's time to go back to the novice village. Puppet line. Now I'm also a person with a puppet. I Huhan San am back. Luchan was in an extremely good mood. As he walked in the forest, he talked to himself. One is bound to have good fortune after surviving a great disaster. This trip to the Spirit Condensation Mountain Range was so rewarding. Not long after, he was not far from Yeyuan village. Speaking of which, it was strange. When he was near the village, he could always see player teams killing monsters and leveling up nearby. However, this time, there were only a few scattered teams hunting. Where are the players? At the entrance of the village, Luchan found that the players were in the village. The entire novice village was filled with people. A group of people looked like they had nothing to live for. The atmosphere was a little strange. Luchan frowned. Look, it's that person. Suddenly, someone shouted. Tens of thousands of players looked up at the same time and stared angrily at Luchan. Luchan blinked his eyes. What's going on? Chapter 328. The angry crowd charged at Luchan, instantly surrounding Luchan. Luchan's mind was filled with shock. What are you doing? Luchan looked at these people with a strange gaze. He wasn't afraid of fighting, but the key was to understand why they were fighting. Are you the solipsistic? I'm the solipsistic? Why do you think so? Luchan didn't deny it or admit it. The solipsistic changed the game to hard mode. Now we can't even beat the mobs outside. That's right, the normal mode was already very hard, and we would have been wiped out if we weren't careful. But now, in just a few days, it's changed to hard mode. Are they still letting us live? The normal mode increased by 100%. That means the mobs are 4 times stronger than before, and our stats have decreased by 23%. How are we supposed to fight like this? We might as well just stay in the beginner village. Now all the level 60 players have returned to the beginner village. We're a team that managed to defeat a Heaven Domain boss. Yet we're still being tortured to death by a small wild monster. There's no way we can survive this. Just to his lone tyrant. This daddy wants to fight him to the death. Father finally came here and didn't even get a single piece of equipment before losing one to a monster. What kind of situation is this? Everyone was filled with emotions as they talked about their painful experiences. Some people even talked about their sad moments, their voices choked with sobs. Lu Chun simply couldn't bear to look at them. Speaking of this, if he admitted that he was the solipsistic at this time, he would have to fight with these players. If it was a normal time, he would fight, but Lu Chun suddenly felt that he couldn't bear to do it. They worked so hard to reach the second heaven domain, but the game suddenly changed to hard mode. They jumped 2 levels, and they didn't even get a single piece of equipment before losing it. A group of people could only stay in the beginner village. It seemed a bit pitiful. If he killed them at this time, it would be a bit too inhumane. Ahem, well, it's like this. I've seen the solipsistic before. That guy's appearance is that of a demon. I'm very sure. Of course, Lu Chun was sure that his true body was that of a demon. However, by saying this, he was actually denying that he was solipsistic. After all, he was now in human form. The appearance of a demon? It can't be. Could it be that he has some kind of costume that can change his appearance? I think he's a demon. Look at what he's done. It's not something a normal person can do. Seeing this group of people discussing, Lu Chun hurriedly slipped away. We shouldn't stay here for long. Hurry up and buy the puppet strings. We'll leave as soon as we're done. Just as he reached the entrance of the village, a familiar figure suddenly ran over. Idiot, why are you back? Lu Chun looked over and saw that the one who was talking to her was Jiu from the Wood Manor. At this moment, not only did Jiu hide her ID, but she also had a nervous look on her face. Her voice was also very low. I came back to buy something. There are many bounty hunters in the village now. They're all here for you. Hurry up and run. Lu Chun didn't expect that this girl would actually care about him. Speaking of which, is there really someone who would wait for me here for so many days just for 1 million? Isn't it better to go and train? Thank you, I understand. Jiu had just tipped off Lu Chun. At this moment, Lu Chun suddenly realized that there was something wrong with their positioning. Unknowingly, he and Jiu seemed to have been surrounded by another group of people. Interesting. There's actually someone who tipped you off. Kid, you're quite lucky. She actually dared to inform you in front of so many bounty hunters. It seems like this little girl is interested in you. A tall and skinny man looked at Lu Chun and Jiu with contempt. Yo. Pretty girl, you're really brainless. Don't you know that by tipping him off now, you'll offend us bounty hunters and also offend the sacred sect? Pretty girl, you're really pretty. Aya, are you guys dating online? Around them, there are more than 20 groups of bounty hunters with completely different equipment. Unknowingly, they had already surrounded Lu Chun and Jiu. On the other hand, the surrounding players who were still conflicted about the solipsistic were also attracted by this scene. The solipsistic was elusive. Anyway, they were all in AFK now. Who wouldn't want to watch a good show? Moreover, this guy who dared to offend the sacred sect was putting on another show. The bounty hunters are all here. What are their levels? I don't know, but they're definitely higher than us. However, bounty hunters don't look at levels but stars. Look, there are at least 3 groups that are 3-star bounty hunters. Xiao Tian and the rest were at a distance. At this moment, seeing that Jiu was surrounded, one of her bomb in, and the rest wanted to rush over. However, Xiao Tian suddenly stopped them. Wait, big brother, but they won't show mercy to Jiu. Xiao Tian squinted his eyes slightly. If we appear now, then all of our strength will be exposed to them. However, if we don't appear, then we'll be hiding our strength. We might even be able to change the situation at a critical moment. Xiao Tian's overall situation was outstanding. At this moment, he still maintained a high level of calmness. Let's go over. Bounty hunters had special privileges. They didn't need to duel and could directly kill the mission target. However, this special privilege came with an equal price. Once they were killed, there would be a high drop rate. It could be said that this was a high-profit job. At the same time, it was a life of living on the edge of a knife. Because of this, most people wouldn't choose to become a bounty hunter. Those who chose to become a bounty hunter were definitely strong people who had full confidence in their own strength. Seeing so many people appear, Geo panicked. She had a treasure on her. Before she fused, there was also a high chance of it being dropped. Just when she was panicking, she saw her companions in the crowd. Xiao Tian secretly nodded to her, indicating that they were nearby. However, even if Brother Tian and the rest were here, could they really escape from the attacks of so many bounty hunters? There were 3 teams of 3-star bounty hunters here. Seeing Jiao a little nervous, Lu Chun smiled and patted her shoulder lightly. Hey, you look so scared. Are you still so timid? You're the timid one. Jiao said unhappily. It was just that it wasn't convenient for her to say the rest. It's okay. I'm here. Lu Chun smiled. Anyway, in his heart, this girl was a coward. A beautiful coward who needed his protection. After saying that, Lu Chun raised his head and looked at the bounty hunters around him. There are so many of you doing a bounty mission together. I'm very curious. If I'm really killed by you, who will take the bounty in the end? The strongest golden bear snorted. Brat, you don't have to worry about that. Don't worry, we've done many cooperative tasks in the Bounty Association. As for the bounty, I'm sorry, but it's based on strength. Whoever gets the last hit will get the bounty. Lu Chun nodded, all right. Since you've all discussed it, then I'll discuss it with my side. Lu Chun imagined Jiao Hey, beauty, how about this? I'll give them numbers. Starting from that fatty 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a total of 35 people. You have to remember their numbers. Jiao was confused. Why do I have to remember their numbers? Lu Chun smiled. The equipment that drops in odd numbers is mine. As for the equipment that drops in even numbers, I'll take it as your reward for informing me. However, your luck isn't good. You have 1 less than me. Jiao blinked. This guy, he was 100 times more arrogant than the 8 gates. However, at this moment, Lu Chun saw the crowd suddenly open up a path. Not far away, a white-clothed man walked over. This person's facial features were exquisite, and he didn't look like a sissy. His temperament was natural and unrestrained. He wore white clothes and had an indifferent expression. Looking at this person's temperament, one could tell that he was an expert. It's him. Jiao's eyes widened. Who is it? Jiao turned her head and looked at Lu Chun with a pair of bright eyes. This time, we're really going to die. He's one of the Saint Gates' 2 saints, the Saint Gates' traceless sword. At this moment, Lu Chun nodded solemnly, and 36 people. That's a perfect number. We'll each take half. Chapter 329. When Traceless Blade appeared, there was an uproar in the surroundings. Is that person from a sacred sect? His fashion is different from the other sacred sects. It's more exquisite. Look at his sacred sect badge. I've never seen that symbol before. An old man beside him snorted. Of course you haven't seen him before. I haven't seen him since I came back from a level 60 map. He is the sacred sect's left sage, Traceless Blade. You mean Sword Sage, one of the sacred sect's 2 sages? He's second only to 1. Oh my god, I actually saw a Sword Sage. That's right. It said that he's a peak sword spirit of the second heaven. His strength. No one has seen it for a long time. I didn't expect him to come to Nye Yuan village personally. Even that monster is here. TSK, TSK, TSK. I don't know if he just happened to pass by, or came here on purpose. However, that newbie is going to be unlucky. Traceless Blade remained calm in the face of the surrounding discussions. He seemed to be used to being talked about and worshipped like this. Even Golden Bear and the other 3-star bounty hunters were shocked when they saw Traceless Blade. Hey, Sword Sage, why are you here? Although the skinny man's words seemed to be the same as usual, his tone was not as arrogant as before. You won't do anything to us, right? We spent a week on this mission. You can't just come and steal it. Traceless Blade's lips curled up slightly. Don't worry. I won't steal your bounty. I'm here for 2 purposes. Traceless Blade stood at the side of the circle with his hands behind his back. He looked expressionlessly at Lu Chun and Jiu who were surrounded. First, this person can't be killed casually. All of you have to activate the assassination system. After killing him to critical health, leave him to me. I'll let him know what it means to live a life worse than death. I'll judge the bounty based on your performance. I don't think anyone has a problem with that. In the past, bounty missions depended on the last hit to determine the bounty. However, this time, Traceless Blade actually said that he wanted to judge it himself. If someone else had said this, most people would have disagreed. However, the person who said this was Traceless Blade. No one had any objections. We can trust the Sword Saint's judgment. After he finished speaking, Traceless Sword looked at Lu Chun and then at Jiu. When he saw Jiu, a strange light flashed in his eyes, but it quickly vanished. Finally, the Traceless Sword arrived before Lu Chun. Brat, did you just say you wanted to kill me? Actually, I haven't fought with anyone in a long time. To be honest, I really miss the feeling of controlling someone's life and death. So, I actually kind of hope that you can win. Lu Chun was surprised to find a sense of familiarity in this person's eyes. That was loneliness. The loneliness of the strong. The loneliness of not having an opponent. This person's wish was not an act. He really wanted to exercise his muscles and bones. However, Lu Chun's aura was not any weaker than the left sage of the Holy Gate. Traceless Sword, since you're speaking the truth, I'll also tell you the truth. I hope from the bottom of my heart that you won't disappoint me. The two super powerhouses were extremely confident. They seemed to have found a long-lost feeling in each other. Excitement. It was just that Jiu couldn't accept the conversation between these two guys. F***CK. Who are these two people? Are all men such warlike animals? Why do the two of them have a feeling of regret that they didn't meet sooner? It was like two people in love. Due to the presence of their friends, they could only suppress their inner desires. But in their hearts, they both hoped that the others would leave quickly. Moreover, it was fine if Traceless Sword was like this. But that guy, as a newcomer, why did she feel that his aura was not any weaker than Traceless Sword? However, on second thought, that guy provoked the Holy Gate on his first day here. If she thought about it carefully, it was quite in line with his personality. Extremely arrogant. Traceless Sword smiled and stepped back. He then said to the others, "All right, everyone, it's time for the assassination." Bounty hunters could skip many rules when they killed people. They didn't need to issue a request for a duel. Moreover, they could activate the full pain system. In this case, the target would be forced to activate full pain. Otherwise, why would people be willing to spend a large amount of money to hire bounty hunters to kill a random player? Lu Chun and Jiu received the message at the same time. Your pain system has been forcibly activated. The activation rate is 100%. After activating full pain perception, PK was no longer a simple PK. Every time a player died, they would have to endure pain that was comparable to real death. Everyone at the scene started to get nervous. Everyone took out their weapons one after another. Xiao Tian and the others were extremely nervous. Although they were standing at the side, watching the show, their muscles were all tensed up secretly. They were ready to attack at any time. There was only one person who was still sloppy and carefree. How could you be distracted in a fight between experts? In an instant, two figures activated their displacement skills at the same time and rushed toward Lu Chun. Ha ha ha, the bounty is ours. East Wind, taunt him. Got it. Lu Chun noticed that the first to make a move was a two-star team. Although their individual strength wasn't the strongest, their bounty team seemed to be a team. The first to make a move was the melee tank. The other melee player was probably a melee DPS. In the distance, an array master was buffing his teammates. At the same time, he was preparing some big move. Beside him was an apothecary and an archer with arrows knocked. The tank flashed in front of Lu Chun and shouted, "Taunt! I'm your dad." Lu Chun was so angry that he almost suffered internal injuries. This guy was just using a skill. He even added lines. Just as the tank activated a skill, Jiu quickly dodged and distanced herself. It had to be said that she was worthy of being the woman who almost caused Lu Chun to fail. Jiuer's combat ability was quite strong. However, to everyone's surprise, Lu Chun, who was extremely good at movement, didn't dodge and was forcefully pulled. Jiu retreated to the side. When she looked back, she was stunned. Didn't that guy use a lot of movement skills to toy with Iron Warrior? How could he not dodge such a simple taunt? You idiot! Although Jiu was anxious, she had no other choice. She could only draw her dark gold longbow and think of a way to force the other melee DPS to retreat. Ha ha ha, you're really good. You can even hit with this skill. Even the tank himself couldn't believe it. He had only used a taunt, and he had already caught the fish. 1 million was a free gift. Lu Chun glared at the tank. I hate it when people mention my father. This reason almost caused Jiuer, who was about to attack, to suffer internal injuries. That, "I'm your dad," wasn't a skill at all. It was a player's taunt. If it was any other time, it would have been fine. But now, how could this guy be so irrational? Xiao Tian was speechless. F***CK, this guy. Can he not be so impulsive? After being taunted, one could only use normal attacks and couldn't use skills. When taunted, the user's defense and HP would be greatly increased. Under such circumstances, it wouldn't cause much damage. Meanwhile, the team of bounty hunters was about to attack. If there were no accidents, that brat would soon pay a heavy price for this reckless decision. Chapter 330. In the past, Lu Chun had always kept 2 or more trump cards. First was Heaven, Earth, 8 Desolation, and second was 1 million poison damage. But now, with 3,000 instant slash and doppelganger, the importance of 1 million poison damage could only be reduced to a secondary level. But now, the situation was different. There were 35 2-star bounty hunters around now. Lu Chun alone was fine, but he did not want Jiuer to suffer any damage because she had informed him. He needed to kill the enemy instantly. Anyway, Lu Chun had a premonition that Traceless Blade was a ruthless character. He might have to fight seriously. It was time for poison damage to appear. Coincidentally, the tank had touched Lu Chun's reverse scale. Since that was the case, he was unlucky. There are no tanks in front of me. Lu Chun shouted angrily. Boom! 2 unimaginable numbers floated above the other party's head. Minus 380,000, double critical hit. Minus 520,000, poisoned. With just 2 numbers, this heavy tank, who was in a taunt state, had his physical defense increased by a large amount, and his poison resistance increased by 50%. Such a tough and tanky fellow had been insta-killed. Everyone was shocked. A few guys slipped and dropped their weapons on the ground. F***CK. What kind of damage is this? 900,000 HP in one go. That guy is still in a taunt-enhanced state. This skill was originally used to pull aggro and increase a lot of defense. Just now, the Talisman Master increased his defense and resistance. The monk's level is high, and he has his own damage reduction. In the end, even so, he was still in a taunt-enhanced state and was instantly killed. Is that guy still human? F***CK. What kind of poison damage can deal 520,000? Wait, why does this guy get critical hit every time he attacks? Also, his last critical hit was only a few hundred thousand. This time, he actually dealt 380,000 to a monk with enhanced defense and damage reduction. In fact, Lu Chun's previous attack was more than 60,000. After deducting the opponent's defense, the double critical hit was indeed more than 100,000. Now, this opponent had added a bunch of defense and resistance, but Lu Chun still dealt 380,000 damage. There was only one reason. In hard difficulty, Lu Chun's attack had become 210,000. After deducting a large amount of defense, a double critical hit directly dealt 380,000 damage. After deducting the opponent's resistance, the poison attack dealt 500,000 damage. With the two added together, it was an instant kill. At this moment, Traceless Sword, who had been waiting by the side in boredom, had a look of shock in his eyes. He had underestimated this fellow. Traceless Blade narrowed his eyes. Could it be a heavenly might attack? Xiao Tian and the others were even more bewildered. They had watched Lu Qin's 3 matches, and each of them was exceptionally stunning. Originally, people had thought that this guy had already displayed everything he had learned in his life during the Iron Battle. But who would have thought that this was not the upper limit of that guy's ability? When he attacked head-on, he was even more terrifying than when he used his movement technique. Why is he so strong? Ba Min's mind trembled. He was once confident that he was stronger than Lu Chun, but after seeing this strike, Ba Min couldn't believe it. Did he use some sort of heavenly might attack just now? This damage was already heaven-defying. Unfortunately, they all guessed wrong. This was just Lu Qin's normal attack. However, everyone's shock was not over yet. After killing the tank in one move, Lu Chun used Monkey King's reverse blood, stunned another melee fighter beside him, and dealt another blow with his club. Minus 770,000, 3x critical hit. This time, even the poison attack did not have time to jump out. That guy was instantly killed. Puffed. Someone nearby spat out a mouthful of blood. He still has 3x critical hit. 770,000 damage. What the F asterisk CK? He's a monster. His damage is even more terrifying than a boss. Who is he? Jiuer was already stunned. Originally, in her mind, Lu Chun was just an interesting and capable newcomer. For someone like her who had seen the super experts in her family, Lu Chin's previous few moves were not bad, but it was definitely not to the point where she was shocked. But this time, she was really stunned. This guy? What level is he? Level 150? Unfortunately, Lu Chun did not have time to answer her question. The next second was Lu Chin's real killing time. It's a pity that there are too few bounty hunters. Forget it, I was too greedy. You guys, since you're here, don't leave. 7 stars chasing the moon. In the next moment, Lu Chun displayed the results of his research on 7 stars chasing the moon. If he moved in the opposite direction of the opponent, he would enter the reverse moon chasing state. With enemies all around him, this was very easy to handle. As long as he chose a target, he could maintain the reverse moon chasing state while rushing to the enemy on the other side. In the circular area, a blurry figure could be seen shuttling between the bounty hunters at a speed that was difficult to be seen with the naked eye. A massacre. Don't underestimate us. Anti-magic array, spiritual energy burn. The Talisman Master finally used his ultimate move, and Lu Qin's surroundings were suddenly covered by the anti-magic array. Haha, I knew you were good at movement, so I specially prepared this array to burn pure spiritual energy to restrict you. In this array, you will lose 200 points of pure spiritual energy per second, and at the same time, pills will not be able to replenish your spiritual energy. Once you run out of pure spiritual energy, we can easily kill you. In front of me, a Talisman Master. You are just trash. 200 points of mana burned per second sounded quite terrifying. For many players with only 700 to 800 points of spiritual energy, their total spiritual energy reserves were no more than 70,000 to 80,000 points. Without using any other techniques, the pure spiritual energy in their spiritual energy pills would be drained. Moreover, in the array, they could not use mixed energy pills to replenish pure spiritual energy, which was equivalent to limiting the source. This anti-magic array even earned the Talisman Master the title of the most disgusting profession in the eyes of the players. However, Lu Qin's current spiritual energy reserve was 180,000 points of pure spiritual energy, so he could hold on for 900 seconds. In addition, the fake Mukin bead had a chance to refine a full spiritual energy pill. Lu Chun smiled slightly and appeared in front of the Talisman Master with Night Blink. You seem quite confident. All right, I'll take your life last, so you can figure out who is trash. After saying that, Lu Chun quickly flashed to the side of the archer. Repulsive shot. The archer was not weak either. When he released 5 powerful arrows in a row, his figure moved backward 5 times in a row. Only 5 steps? Then you definitely can't run away. 7 stars chasing the moon. Not only did Lu Chun use 7 stars chasing the moon to dodge the arrows, But at the same time, he also caught up with the archer after the third phase of 7 stars chasing the moon. Die for me. Instant kill. Monster. He's really a monster. This is too scary. Is there anything this guy isn't good at? His teleportation is permanent. His melee attacks are off the charts, and skills can't hit him at all. Damn, how do we kill this guy? I feel like he can kill more than a boss. F***CK. This group of bounty hunters can only be slaughtered in front of him. He's just a newbie. How did he become like this? I don't have a good impression of bounty hunters, but I suddenly feel that they are so pitiful. They can't fight back at all. Please, at least let them hit him once, or I'll really break down. Joair looked at the almost untraceable figure in front of her in disbelief. Could this be his true strength? So strong. But the question was this really that guy's true strength? Chapter 331. Even the anti-magic array, which was known as the most disgusting skill, couldn't stop this monster. Don't underestimate us. Everyone else, get out of my way. Eastern Emperor Funeral Bell. Suddenly, Jin Xiong attacked. He threw out a magic treasure from his hand. This magic treasure went from the size of a bell to an abnormally huge one, with a diameter of more than 100 meters. The Eastern Emperor Bell was turned upside down and smashed towards Lu Chun. Damn, what kind of magic treasure is this? Lu Chun was shocked. Many magic treasures could have special effects, but this was the first time Lu Chun had seen a magic treasure turn into a tool. Lu Chun turned around and shouted at Jio, retreat. Jio was different from other girls. She didn't say anything and retreated immediately. She knew very well that the biggest help she could give to Lu Chun now was to protect herself and not get in his way. Damn, she left so quickly. Lu Chun smiled. When he turned around again, he was already enveloped by the Eastern Emperor Funeral Bell. Muffled laughter came from outside. Ha! Kid, you won't be able to escape after being caught by my Eastern Emperor Funeral Bell. However, before he could finish his sentence, the huge black bell cracked open, and a figure came out from within, heading straight for Jin Xiong. Jin Xiong was stunned. As an orange magic treasure, the Eastern Emperor Funeral Bell had always been his trump card. The Eastern Emperor Funeral Bell could withstand tens of millions of damage. Even a super boss wouldn't be able to break it in a short period of time. Originally, as long as one was caught by the bell, the person inside would suffer continuous damage and eventually lose. However, in less than a few seconds, the Eastern Emperor Funeral Bell was broken by someone. No, impossible. You can't break my Eastern Emperor Funeral Bell so quickly. Lu Chun was already in front of Jin Xiong. When he raised the blazing sword, Lu Chun smirked. Sorry, your Eastern Emperor Funeral Bell is too weak. I've been in places even more terrifying than this, let alone this broken bell of yours. Lu Chun had been caught by Lu Yi's alchemy cauldron before. That was a magic treasure of a boss, and its effects were at the level of a boss. Even so, it didn't manage to kill Lu Chun. Tens of millions of damage? Lu Chun had at least 2. With a raise of his hand and a fall of the blade, the golden bear erupted. Godly golden light. All of a sudden, Jin Xiong's entire body erupted with a burst of golden light. Then, he rose into the air. Mighty divine might slayed demons and devils. Player Golden Bear has activated divine might. All attributes increased by 100%. F***CK, what is this thing? So strong. This is divine might. What, you don't know? The top players and bosses in the second heaven all possess various kinds of godly powers. Among the high-end players, there's a saying that goes, if you don't show your might, you won't show your true strength. Divine might is the strongest trump card of these experts. This is divine might? Oh my god, this is too overbearing, directly doubling all attributes. Not only does it increase attributes, but the strongest aspect of divine might is the heavenly might suppression. Against units whose heavenly might isn't as high as my own, after activating the heavenly might skill, I can greatly weaken the opponent's strength. To these super powerhouses, knowing about heaven's might was nothing strange. However, Lu Chun was stunned for a moment. This guy's divine might seem to be different from his. Jin Xiong's status stated that all attributes were increased by 100%. His heavenly might could only allow other players to lend him 20,000 attribute points. In the past, he thought it was very strong, but now that Lu Qin's attributes had greatly increased, 20,000 was no longer as good as 100%. Seeing that Jin Xiong had activated Divine Might, the other two groups of 3-star bounty hunters did not want to be outdone. Whether it was facing such an overpowered enemy or competing for the bounty, they used Divine Might one after another. The skinny guy in Fu, Lu, and Shou activated Boundless Divine Might. His originally skinny and tall body suddenly doubled, reaching 3 to 4 meters tall. His attributes increased slightly, especially his strength, which increased by 150%. The flowery guy activated Nation Protection Divine Might. His entire body was covered in rocks, turning into a rock man. Kid, in front of Heavenly Might, you are like an ant. Kill. Lu Chan frowned slightly. Divine Might was indeed different from one another. There were actually so many variations. Speaking of which, these guys could use Divine Might at will. But his Divine Might had to borrow attributes from all the players in the map. It felt quite troublesome. However, now was not the time to think about this. When the players used Divine Might, there were very obvious special effects. Everyone's body was shining with a golden light. In front of them, Lu Chun suddenly became dull. The surrounding players were even more excited when they saw this. Is this a group of gods ganging up on a mortal? It's so spectacular. This time, there are 3 Divine Might. Although that kid is overpowered, if he doesn't use Divine Might, his strength will be greatly suppressed. He should have Divine Might, right? Of course he does. Otherwise, how could he be so overpowered? However, in the face of 3 Divine Might, Lu Chun did not use his Heavenly Might. It was true that Divine Might increased a lot of attributes, but for ordinary players, their basic attributes were very limited. Even if Divine Might greatly increase their attributes, it would not change anything. In fact, based on the attributes displayed by Divine Might, its more important value was the increase in the upper limit of the level. It was because some people had Divine Might that when they entered the second celestial stage, the gap in strength would widen. As for units with Divine Might, the pressure they exerted on low-level Divine Might units could reduce the opponent's strength. Lu Chun took a look at his own attributes. To his surprise, he had actually received a 50% damage reduction. This status effect was similar to a halo effect. Hence, even his doppelganger and Nirvana rebirth could not dispel it. Unless he used Heavenly Might, it would be very difficult for him to dispel this status effect. Do I need to use it to fight you guys? Lu Chen sneered. Divine Might, is it? I'm going to fight you guys. After saying that, Lu Chun directly moved toward the 3 of them. Ba Min asked curiously, Brother Tian, that guy didn't use Divine Might? He doesn't have Divine Might, right? Xiao Tian shook his head. I'm not sure. Logically speaking, in a 1v3 situation like this, he shouldn't have held back. Could it be that he really doesn't have Divine Might? In the distance, Lu Chun activated his 1v3 mode. Tiger's Roar, Great Ravager's Sweep, Lightless Heavenly Flame Pillar. Against such experts, it was difficult to hit them with Lightless Heavenly Flame Pillar alone. Therefore, Lu Chun combined Great Ravager's Sweep with Heavenly Flame Pillar. The 2 skills were activated at the same time to force the opponent to move and make them make mistakes. With a swoosh, the skinny player from Fu Lu Shou was killed by Great Ravager's Sweep. Minus 190,000. Seeing this damage, the group of people's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. What happened to the Divine Might suppression? In the end, he did not use any Divine Might and directly dealt 200,000 damage. With just a touch, a quarter of their health was gone. Who could take that? Chapter 332. Lu Chen's damage shocked everyone once again. It's really a god's damage. I'm really crazy. How can his damage be so high? It's okay if his damage is high. Everyone has fought a Heaven Domain boss before and knows that high damage isn't scary. What's scary is that his skills are too hard to dodge and he's hard to focus on. That's true. That guy's control is too strong. He can actually dodge all the skills. It feels like he knows where the opponent's next attack will be. His movement skills are endless. Unless it's a super AoE attack like the Eastern Emperor Death Knell, it's really hard to hit him. Speaking of which, the three golden guys had joined forces and had yet to touch Liu Chun. Instead, they were being beaten by a mortal. They were also using 7 stars chasing the moon and had activated the reverse moon chasing mode. However, unlike Liu Chun, they were really running away. As long as Liu Chun wanted to get close to them, they would immediately retreat. This gave Liu Chun a headache. Hey, can you guys have some professional ethics? You're here to kill me. Why are you running away? Liu Chun was speechless. Forget it. You guys are ruthless. Let's kill the small fries first. After Liu Chun finished speaking, he suddenly turned around and killed the rest of the bounty hunters. Even the 3 experts who had activated Heaven's Wrath were being beaten by Liu Chun. The rest of them were nothing. In less than 5 minutes, the bounty hunters' corpses were all over the place. Jin Xiong and the other two's faces were ashen. This guy had killed the others right in front of them. Most importantly, they didn't dare to get close to him. Someone with Heaven's Wrath didn't dare to get close to an ordinary player. This was simply a fantasy story. Golden Bear shook his head. Damn, the Sacred Gate is too sinister. This guy only asked for 1 million? Are you kidding me? Heaven's Wrath can't do anything to him. I want to earn this money. After saying that, Golden Bear turned around and was about to escape. The skinny guy and Hua Jian looked at each other. Golden Bear's words were right. Indeed, I can't earn this 1 million. You can earn it. After saying that, Hua Jian turned around and ran. The skinny guy didn't care that his 2 companions were still dead. F***CK, trash holy sect, how dare you play with us? After saying that, he couldn't take it anymore. Suddenly, a faint voice sounded from afar. Sword control technique, swordless. Puff, puff, puff. 3 muffled sounds. 3 strings of numbers appeared above the heads of Golden Bear, Skinny, and Hua Jian, who were moving at high speed. Minus 70,000, minus 70,000, minus 70,000. Everyone received at least 20 damage. With a loss of 4 million HP, the 3 of them were instantly killed. Things happened too suddenly. Some people who did not know the truth looked at Liu Chun in shock, thinking that Liu Chun had killed them. However, the audience in the front row, including Liu Chun himself, were all looking at another person. Not far away, the white-clothed man who was as calm as still water, his sword left no trace. Liu Chun narrowed his eyes slightly and put away his sloppy appearance. Clearly, the one who killed the 3 was not Liu Chun, but Traceless Sword. However, people didn't even see where the so-called sword was. The 3 of them didn't even have time to react before they were instantly killed. One must know that even Liu Chun couldn't do anything to those 3 people just now. In the end, they didn't even live for a second under Traceless Sword. Traceless Sword pinched the sword fingers on his right hand and slightly flattened them. At this moment, 3 swords appeared in front of him. They were suspended in front of him. These 3 swords were all crystal swords. Hence, when they were moving at high speed, they couldn't be seen clearly. Only when they were still at this moment could people truly see their existence. Traceless Sword withdrew his sword fingers, and the 3 swords returned to their scabbards. You don't have the strength, yet you still accepted the Holy Sect's bounty mission. Since you don't want to do it, then there's no reason for you to continue living. He understated his motive just now. After that, Traceless Sword smiled at Liu Chun and walked to the center of the field. Very good. Your performance didn't disappoint me. I'm very gratified. Liu Chun frowned slightly. To be honest, this guy's move just now was really beyond Liu Chun's imagination. Hey, don't fight with him. Hurry up and leave. Jiao tugged at Liu Chun's clothes from behind. I'll cover you. You won't dare to do anything to me. Liu Chun turned to look at Jiao and smiled at her. Jiao was stunned for a moment. Why did this guy suddenly call her name? Speaking of which, this seemed to be the first time he called her name. Why? Lu Chen's eyes were smiling. I like your name. Jiu Er's face suddenly turned red. Why did this guy suddenly say such things? He said he liked her name. This made people feel that he only liked her name. It also made people think that he only liked her name. Thank you for helping me. If you encounter any trouble in the future, just look for me directly. After saying that, Lu Chun directly sent her a friend request. Of course, he still hid his ID. Jiu blinked her eyes. Actually, if Jiu really encountered trouble, it would be very easy for her to find someone. It was just that she didn't say it out loud. I'll remember. Lu Chun smiled. Clean up the battlefield. There are too many people here. Don't let the equipment be taken away by others. After you've put it away, go find your companions. I see that they've been waiting for you for a long time. You still want equipment at a time like this? The guy said he'll make you live a life worse than death. He'll definitely do it. Jiu said anxiously. Lu Chen's smile was still the same. Go. I'll leave the equipment with you first. I'll come and get it later. Jiu thought for a moment. Perhaps it was because this guy knew that he couldn't win and couldn't run away. But if he could store the equipment with her, perhaps he could make a comeback in the future. The equipment of these bounty hunters were not ordinary. In addition, their drop rates were high. To leave so much equipment with her, did this guy trust her that much? Or was it that he had no other choice? What about your companions? My companions are still in the first layer. No, I'm talking about the people who fought the Heaven Domain boss with you. I know that you're very strong, but there should be at least a few people. Lu Chen smiled. If that's the case, I do have a companion. But I'm afraid that you'll be afraid if you see him. He's not here right now, and I don't want him to do anything. Companion? Lu Chen didn't have any companions. If she had to name one, it would be Lone Tyrant Might, the guy who had scared the girls to tears several times. Jiu frowned. It seemed that he was afraid of dragging his companions down. Since that was the case, Jiu nodded heavily. Okay, leave the equipment with us for now. I'll hide first and wait for you to endure it, then come find me. The so-called enduring it referred to being repeatedly killed by others after being healed endlessly. Even after seeing Lu Chen's strength, Jiu still didn't believe that Lu Chen had any hope of winning. Lu Chen was just about to explain when Traceless Blade's indifferent voice rang out. Have you settled your affairs? Can we begin? To Lu Chen, those equipment clearly weren't as attractive as this super expert. Lu Chen instantly forgot about the equipment. He turned around and smiled at Traceless Blade. Sure. Chapter 333. Jiu picked up the equipment one by one. She couldn't even remember what she had picked up. She turned around and glanced at that figure. Her eyes were slightly red, and she hurriedly left. She couldn't stay here. If she was targeted by Traceless Sword, she might not be able to keep the equipment she had picked up. Idiot, you must come to me. I'll return these equipment to you intact. Jiu had just left. Xiao Tian and the other three quickly pretended to leave the village and escorted Jiu away. Jiu, you're crazy. You're hanging out with that guy. Be careful of the Holy Gate. Eight Gate whispered. Xiao Tian frowned. Don't say so much. Let's leave first. We can't stay in Ye Yuan village anymore. Let's go to other novice villages. If the Holy Gate pushes too hard, ask for help from the family. Don't, Brother Tian. That'll be embarrassing. I know. I won't do that unless it's absolutely necessary. All right, let's go. The 5 people from Wood Mansion left, but the battle continued. Moreover, it was the most important match. Even the surrounding onlookers opened up a larger area for these 2 fellows. Oh my God, this is the first time I've seen a Sword Saint in action. It's going to be a feast for the eyes. Is this the strongest player? I'm looking forward to it. He killed a Tianwei player in 1 hit. What else can I say? I'm really a frog at the bottom of a well. In the field, the 2 super experts stood facing each other. Both of their expressions gradually became serious, and everyone else also became nervous. Such a battle between experts wasn't something that could be seen at any time. Swords were drawn and bows were drawn. The atmosphere was oppressive. Everyone held their breaths. They felt that even a straw could crush their taut nerves. At this moment, Lu Chun suddenly spoke. Speaking of which, shall we make a bet? His frivolous tone coupled with such a tense atmosphere, made people want to vomit blood. I'm also part of the bounty team. It doesn't matter if we make a bet or not, Traceless Sword said calmly. Besides, do you think you can escape by kneeling for a week? You're too naive. Let's make a bet. Luchin quickly filled in the bet and pushed it to Traceless Sword. Full pain. Kneeling at the entrance of Nye Yuan village for a week. 1. 7 million gold coins, nothing less. F***CK. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? They already said that they would torture him for a month, and he still wants to kneel for a week? Do you think you're not miserable enough? There's really something wrong with this guy's brain. It's fine that his opponent's Traceless Sword is strong, but he himself has already used almost all of his skills. Traceless Sword is a form of knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy. Look at that kid. He's only seen Traceless Sword once. He probably hasn't thought of a way to break it yet. Why would he think of increasing the bet? Let him show off for the last time. There aren't many people in the entire galaxy who would dare to make such a bet in front of the Sword Saint. Traceless Blade only glanced at it briefly before he clicked confirm. The bet was established. You really are an interesting person, Traceless Sword said indifferently. Lu Chan pursed his lips. Since the bet was in effect, he was relieved. Traceless Sword was indeed the strongest player he had ever seen. His sword manipulation technique, Swordless, directly hit Golden Bear, who was using a displacement skill, and caused over 1 million damage. This was a skill that Lu Chun had never seen before. Countdown to the duel. 3, 2, 1. Begin. The moment the duel began, Traceless Sword had already moved. He pinched his fingers together. Sword manipulation technique, Permitha. 3 crystal swords instantly shot out from their scabbards. The 3 swords, which were already very difficult to see clearly, actually shot toward Lu Chun in a flickering manner. It was not rare for players to have displacement skills. Almost everyone had 1 or 2 displacement skills. Lu Chun even had 4 displacement skills. However, who had ever seen a weapon capable of displacement? And it was an almost transparent weapon. However, others might not be able to see it clearly, but Lu Chun could. He had the bloodline of the Flower Goblin. In the bloodline of the Flower Goblin, there was a trait that had always been neglected. It was an increase in the ability to capture movement. In other words, in addition to the increased field of vision, Lu Chen's vision was especially sensitive to moving objects. The crystal swords were not invisible. Some subtle changes could still be seen, and Lu Chun could also capture them. The position prediction given by the Eye of the Dark Gods was already ineffective. It should be because the control of the sword manipulation technique was in the hands of Traceless Sword. He could change the attack position of the flying swords at any time. It was impossible to predict. Rapid movement. Lu Chun quickly dodged, avoiding the first wave of attacks from the 3 flying swords. I've been waiting for this skill of yours. It said that no one can hit you. Unfortunately, you met me. Traceless Sword moved his fingers again. Sword manipulation technique, Swordless. The duel had only started for a few seconds, but Traceless Sword had already used 2 moves. The second move was a killing move. This made everyone's breathing even more rapid. The speed of the 3 flying swords suddenly increased, and they actually caught up with the high-speed moving Lu Chun in the blink of an eye. 1 flying sword could instantly kill a player in Heaven's Might mode. If all 3 swords attacked at the same time, Lu Chun would not be able to handle it. So fast, Lu Chun narrowed his eyes slightly. When his vision caught a glimmer of light, he suddenly charged in the direction of the flying swords. 7 stars chasing the moon. 2 parts. The 2 parts of 7 stars chasing the moon were seamlessly connected, and he was invincible for 0.2 seconds, and he and the flying swords were moving in opposite directions. This time was even more precise. The 3 flying swords actually did not hit Lu Chun. As expected, you have some skills. Your eyes are quite sharp. Then I'll cripple your pair of eyes first. Sword manipulation technique, blind. The crystal swords suddenly became angular. Through the reflection of the mirror, the reflected light shone into Lu Chen's eyes. The 3 swords produced light in all directions. It was as if someone had shot out a high beam, making it difficult to look straight at them. Seeing that the three swords were about to kill him, Liu Chun coldly snorted and simply turned his head away. Night Shadow Blink. With a flicker skill, he arrived in front of Traceless Sword. Fierce Tiger descends the mountain. Traceless Sword sneered. Still not using your doppelganger? You still want to hold back against me? Then I'll have to let you suffer a little. Thousand Sword Thrust. Suddenly, Traceless Sword's body was surrounded by countless iron swords. At the same time, while protecting its owner, Thousand Sword Thrust wanted to fiercely shoot out a large amount of sword chi. Traceless Sword Shield was both offensive and defensive. It could even be said that the offensive effect was better than the defensive effect. Liu Chun saw the countless sword chi shooting towards him, and at the same time, the flying swords behind him had already caught up. He had already used his only movement skill, Flicker. If he quickly moved, the crystal swords would definitely catch up. Left with no choice, Liu Chun used his doppelganger. Want to see my doppelganger? Fine, I'll satisfy you. Demon Doppelganger. Wishful Doppelganger. With two doppelganger skills, he was invincible for 0. For seconds, barely avoiding the flying swords and sword chi's pincer attack. At this point, the battle between the two had only lasted for less than 3 seconds. However, the two of them had already used up to 7 skills. The surrounding players were already dumbfounded. Oh my god, this is a battle that even my eyes can't keep up with. Too fast. The two of them are too fast. And the two of them are too strong. Currently, Traceless Sword is still suppressing that kid. Traceless Sword has been attacking, while the rookie has been dodging. Moreover, he obediently used his doppelganger when he was told to. It seems that Traceless Sword is still better. Chapter 334. Liu Chun created 6 doppelgangers. The surrounding players had all seen how strong Liu Chun's doppelgangers were. It had an extremely high degree of attribute inheritance, and it could use active skills and passive skills. It was definitely a top-tier doppelganger. However, in the face of Liu Chun's doppelgangers, Traceless Blade was still calm. He spat out 4 words, Afterimage Doppelganger. In an instant, Traceless' body became blurry. Then, 12 afterimages were extracted from his original body, forming new doppelgangers. Are you so naive to think that you're the only one with doppelgangers? I'm sorry, but you only have 6 doppelgangers. Moreover, it looks like you got them from 2 different skills. Unfortunately, I have 12. None of them are worse than your doppelgangers. No wonder Traceless was so fearless. The number of doppelgangers in his doppelgangers was more than twice that of his demon doppelgangers. Comparing the quality of his doppelgangers and his demon doppelgangers, Traceless doppelgangers were of a higher quality than his demon doppelgangers. Traceless doppelgangers activated their skills. They started with sword manipulation technique, Swordless. In the sky, invisible flying swords shot toward Liu Chun's doppelgangers. The doppelgangers did not have any skills to dodge the swordless attacks. Due to the disadvantage in numbers, each doppelgangers took at least 2 swordless attacks. After taking additional damage, they were all at critical health. An expert would never stop at 1 hit. Even the doppelgangers of the Blade Master were the same. After the first hit, the doppelgangers quickly followed up with a second hit. Sword manipulation technique, Spiral. The 3 crystal swords were connected by the hilts. They spun quickly and caused a lot of medium damage. In an instant, the first batch of 6 doppelgangers of Liu Chun were all killed. The audience was shocked by Traceless strength. Oh my god, the Blade Master is indeed the Blade Master. He's so strong. He beat that newbie into submission. Is it the Blade Master's Earth-level technique? 9 sword manipulation techniques? Permitha, Swordless, Blind, Spiral, and 5 more moves? No, actually, Stab Rampart and Afterimage are also 2 of the 9 secrets of the Imperial Sword. The other 2 are passive. One adds a lot of damage. Look at how high his damage is. The other one is Lightless Sword. It can turn any weapon into 3 transparent, crystallized swords. Look, that's the weapon he's using right now. So that's how it is. The 9 sword manipulation techniques are really both offensive and defensive. All right, you only said 8 techniques. Where's the last one? Another one? That's Traceless' strongest move. He hasn't used it in a long time. Holy sh*t, he still has a trick up his sleeve. The Sword Saint is indeed the Sword Saint. No wonder he can become the left sage of the Holy Gate. Luchan also felt his scalp go numb. This Imperial sword art was really powerful. Compared to the defensive Buddhist lotus, it was on a completely different level. At the same time, Traceless chose Lu Chen's main body. The corners of his lips curled up. Actually, I've been bored for too long. You, on the other hand, have some strength. You were actually able to avoid so many of my moves. Since that's the case, I've decided to reward you. Lu Chen frowned slightly. They were having a good fight, and now the other party wanted to reward him? What the hell? I plan to let you experience the strongest move of the 9 sword manipulation techniques. Traceless' eyes gradually lit up with excitement. Of course, it might hurt a little, but don't worry. I'll let you live so that I can slowly torture you in the end. The 12 doppelgangers and Traceless' main body stood side by side. Their movements were exactly the same. His left hand formed a sword finger, and his right elbow was held horizontally. His right arm was placed in front of his chest, and his left hand formed a sword finger. 39 crystal swords were lined up in front of the formation. Even the dumbest person could tell that Traceless was about to use his ultimate move. He's going to use the last move of the 9 sword manipulation techniques. Oh my God, I can feel my blood boiling. It's going to be a feast for the eyes. It's all thanks to that newbie. It's hard to imagine how strong this move, which is known as the strongest move, is. Not far away in midair, a player dressed in golden clothing stood in the void. What was strange was that although he stood in the void so conspicuously, no one on the ground could see him. Perhaps it was some kind of invisibility skill that allowed him to stand in front of everyone without being discovered. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Traceless, that guy. He's going to use that move against a newbie? He's really bored out of his mind. That move won't be easy to deal with. It seems that the newbie has already lost. To be honest, Luchan was also a little nervous. The large group of people on the other side was obviously preparing for some kind of ultimate move. This formation was a little scary. Considering Traceless' insane attack, Lu Chen did not dare to take this move head-on. Kid, I'll let you know my limits. Let's make it clear that you can never offend the sacred sect. Traceless raised his eyes and looked at Lu Chen with a half-smile. No one can break my Wuji. Lu Chen slightly lowered his chin and stared at Traceless with a rare, serious expression. He said, "You're not bad. You didn't let me down, but I'm sorry, game time is over." However, this sentence was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. That guy is too arrogant. Even now, he's still so stubborn. Some people are just like that. They won't give up until they see the coffin. Just wait and see how he dies. Being looked down upon, Traceless' eyes widened in anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "You're asking for it. Sword manipulation technique, Wuji." 39 crystal swords instantly formed a giant crystal sword. Immediately after, the crystal sword jumped in the form of Permitha. It flew for a short while at the speed of swordless, and then disappeared. This was a true disappearance. Even Lu Chen couldn't pinpoint the location of the giant sword. There were 2 possibilities. Either it was invisible, or it was so fast that it exceeded Lu Chen's ability to pinpoint its movements. At the same time, Lu Chen realized that he was hit by a debuff. Debuff, Wuji 9 arts, ineffective against defense, evasion, and movement techniques of the same level and below, Earth level low tier. The 9 arts of sword manipulation was at least a low-tier, Earth-level technique. It was actually ineffective against techniques of the same level. From this point, it was very likely that the 9 arts of sword manipulation was the strongest technique of the same level. At this critical moment, Lu Chen shouted in a low voice, "Triple door." In front of Lu Chen, 3 stone doors suddenly appeared. What technique is this? It's that kid's Earth-level technique. It should be dropped by a celestial domain boss. Tisk, I've never seen him use it before. I wonder if it's strong. What's the difference if it's strong or not? Did you see the effect of Wuji 9 arts? Defensive techniques of the same level are all ineffective. Even if that guy has a very strong offensive technique, he won't have time to get close. Seeing that Liu Chan was still futilely struggling, Wu Hen laughed arrogantly. Ha ha, idiot. Do you think your technique can block my Wuji? My Wuji can nullify defense, evasion, and movement techniques of the same level. You're already dead. You actually got the triple door technique. I really envy you. Unfortunately, the triple door can't deflect Wuji's attack. In front of Wuji 9 arts, all defenses are futile. The triple door technique was nullified. However, Liu Chun sneered. Who said I was going to block your attack? Flame slash. Liu Chun attacked one of the triple door. Chapter 335. The triple door could transfer the opponent's skills, and it could also transfer Liu Chen himself. So on and so forth, it could transfer Liu Chen's attack. If Liu Chen was using the triple door to escape, the effect of the triple door would be ineffective. But now, he was using the triple door to attack. Wuji's speed was fast, but could it be faster than a direct transfer? It was so fast that there was no time to react. In an instant, 3 Z-slashes directly hit Traceless. Boom, boom, boom. 3 flaming blades directly hit Traceless sword. The 3 attacks caused 790,000 damage, and this did not include the subsequent burn damage. Traceless health bar instantly turned black, and with the 20,000 plus burn damage per second, he would be dead soon. Liu Chun was not surprised that a super expert like Traceless only had 790,000 health. Since he had such overpowered attack, his defense and health must not be too high. Most sword spirits developed in this direction. This is impossible. You actually used the triple door to attack. Okay, I was careless. Next time, you will definitely not succeed like this. But we still don't know who will die first. Traceless could still hold on for a few seconds, but he was full of confidence that Wuji, who had gathered the power of 39 crystal swords, could kill Liu Chun instantly. As long as he killed Liu Chun first, he would still win. It seemed that his plan to torture Liu Chun for a month would have to wait until the next time. This time, he had to kill this guy. Liu Chun did not have time to care about Traceless. He still had to face the strongest sword. Wuji could nullify defense, but it could not nullify shield. Lightless Sky Flame Pillar. Full power. 144 Lightless Sky Flame Pillars appeared around Liu Chun. Why is that guy using Lightless Sky Flame Pillar? He shouldn't be able to hit Traceless at this distance, right? Could it be that he's desperate? I really don't understand why he used this skill. Liu Chun naturally did not care about the surrounding players. He naturally had his reasons for using the Lightless Heavenly Flame Pillar at this time. Although the Lightless Heavenly Flame Pillar's light wasn't very obvious, it wasn't completely invisible. Therefore, Liu Chun could still clearly see the situation of each lightless pillar erupting. Amidst the densely packed heavenly flame pillars, Liu Chun discovered that one of the heavenly flame pillars in a certain direction seemed to have been cut off by something. Furthermore, that thing was moving very quickly, and it was even using Permitha to leap forward. It was currently shooting towards him. Speaking of which, Wuji's flying speed seemed to be slower than Liu Chun had imagined. Logically speaking, he should have been able to capture its movements at this speed. The reason why he couldn't see it was because the crystal sword had used some sort of technique to hide its tracks. I found you. Liu Chun coldly snorted. In a few seconds, the crystal sword would reach him. He couldn't use displacement skills, but he could run. Relying on positioning to avoid skills was the most basic skill. The problem now was that Traceless could still control Wuji's direction. Therefore, he had to dodge within a few tenths of a second before Traceless could react. However, a few tenths of a second wasn't enough time to dodge such a large attack range. This seemed like an impossible maneuver. However, as long as he dodged this attack, Traceless would be instantly burned to death. At this moment, everyone had already held their breaths. They didn't have time to marvel at how incredible Lu Chen's previous attack was. Now, everyone was staring at Lu Chen. The final result of the duel was about to be revealed. Using the heavenly flame pillar to pinpoint the position of the crystal sword, just 1 second before the crystal sword flashed towards Lu Chen. 1 second was enough for a top player to react, especially a top expert like Traceless. However, Lu Chen had already made his move. He suddenly spread his wings and soared towards the sky. Extreme flight. This wasn't a displacement skill, but support skill that greatly increased one's flying speed. It wasn't very useful. However, when Traceless saw this skill, his face turned ashen. When he saw Lu Chen use the lightless flame pillar, he roughly guessed that Lu Chen was using the lightless flame pillar to pinpoint his crystal sword. However, he was still confident that even if Lu Chen discovered him, he could still use the Imperial Sword technique to attack him from afar. However, he was completely focused on all the possible directions that Lu Chen could dodge in. The only thing he didn't expect was for Lu Chen to fly towards the sky. In just a few tenths of a second of hesitation, he had already missed the opportunity to change directions. The crystal sword directly brushed past Lu Chen's feet. 1 second later, the burning status on Traceless' body exploded. With a scream, Traceless collapsed. When Traceless collapsed, his afterimages all disappeared. In the entire battlefield, only Lu Chen was left. The surroundings were dead silent. The group of people couldn't believe their eyes. He dodged Wuji? How'd he do it? He couldn't even see it. It might have something to do with the lightless flame pillar. In fact, I just noticed that the cross-section of the light pillar changed a little. Could it be that he used this to infer the location of the crystal sword? Unbelievable. There's also the triple gate. This skill is very strong. Someone used it before, but he actually used it as an attack. This is simply unexpected. He actually killed the Sword Saint. Is he still a newbie? No, I should say, is he still human? Didn't you guys notice that although this guy was very passive, his HP was still full? Damn, who would believe that he killed the Sword Saint with full HP? In midair, the golden armored man narrowed his eyes slightly. He wasn't concerned about a newbie defeating the sacred sect's left sage. He was more concerned about the details. Using an attack skill as a defense skill, and a defense skill as an attack skill. This guy's understanding of the special effects of a skill is far beyond ordinary people. And that dodge just now, that kid calculated the opponent's mentality. Professional experts could predict the opponent's prediction. Top experts fought with their mentality. Once the opponent's mentality was figured out, every move would be passive. When Traceless was about to die, he risked everything and focused his mind. Under such circumstances, if he didn't make a strange move, he would have been killed by the sword. But he expected Traceless' reaction to be very fast. If he dodged normally, he wouldn't have been able to avoid the crystal sword. It would have taken him at least a second. When one's mind is highly concentrated, it's impossible to take care of too many things. He took advantage of this and chose to dodge in the air where no one could see. Finally, he successfully avoided the limitless sword. The man smiled slightly. This kid is a little interesting. The duel was over, and Traceless was forcefully resurrected. He looked at Lu Chen in front of him angrily. Why do you have wings? You've never shown it before. If I wasn't careless, you wouldn't have one. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. You've been watching me fight the bounty hunter for so long. Can't you see my ability clearly? So, do I have to show you all my cultivation techniques before you can win? Sigh, I don't want to talk nonsense with people like you. Go kneel at the entrance of the village. No, I'm left sage, I left sage? Lu Chen said disdainfully. I've already told you to send the strongest in your family, but you didn't believe me. In my eyes, left sage is like an ant. Chapter 336. The 14 heroes of the Holy Gate, Taijan, and the other 4 had completed their tasks. Now, there was only one person kneeling at the entrance of Nieyuan village. He was the left sage of the Holy Gate, the sword sage, Traceless Sword of the Holy Gate. The group of people felt that their worldview had been shattered. Even someone as strong as Traceless Sword could only kneel here. There was no difference between him and the 14 heroes of the Holy Gate and Taijan's group. Lu Chun stood in front of Traceless Sword, pursed his lips, and shook his head. Look at all of you. If it weren't for the special envoy of the Holy Gate who wanted me to kneel and apologize, you wouldn't have to kneel one by one. Although Lu Chun wasn't a good person, he didn't like to take the initiative to bully others, not to mention that he had defeated them and humiliated them by making them kneel. The cause of all this was Gue Chen's unreasonable request. As for the other Holy Gate experts, they eventually went further and further down this path. You better remember this. If I don't take revenge, I'm not a man. Lu Chun shook his head. You still don't know how to repent. Forget it. Your Holy Gate is too arrogant. Instead of letting you find trouble with me one by one, how about this? 2 weeks later, I'll flatten your Holy Gate city. Lu Chun said casually, but the group of people next to him was dumbfounded. Wait, did I hear wrongly? What did he say he's going to do? Flatten the Holy Gate city? Oh my God, I'm going crazy. Is he going to challenge that person? No, he's going to destroy the Holy Gate. Even Traceless Sword was stunned. He looked at Lu Chun in disbelief. What did you say? Lu Chun frowned slightly. Who said that you can only look for me, and I can't look for you? Each of you thinks you're the boss. Why should I be bullied by you? The surrounding people didn't agree with this sentence. Bullied by you? Brother, who bullied you? Not only did he earn a total of almost 3 million gold coins from the 3 bets, but these people from the Holy Gate were all punished and had to kneel at the entrance of Yuan village. But then again, the first half of Lu Chen's sentence could be considered as the answer to Traceless Sword. This time, he was going to take the initiative and attack. All right, take your time kneeling here. I'll see you in 2 weeks. After saying that, Lu Chun sauntered past Traceless. Lu Chun could not be bothered with Traceless anymore. He ran to the village to buy puppet strings. When the surrounding people saw Lu Chun, they instinctively retreated. They couldn't afford to offend this guy. Lu Chun didn't care about how others looked at him. He directly talked to the NPC and checked the goods. In the grocery store, there were all kinds of puppet thread, spider thread, golden thread, mystic gold thread. Lu Chun felt dizzy just looking at it. F***, there are so many varieties. Which one should I choose? What are the people who play puppeteers thinking? There are so many different types of puppets, and the advantages and disadvantages of each line are different. Also, each puppet has its own attributes. How should they be combined to bring out the best effect? At this time, Lu Chun was really depressed. He turned to look at a guy who was wearing a wooden puppet. Just as he was about to speak, the guy was so scared that he stopped buying. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have met you. I'll leave now. Don't fight with me. No, Brother, I'm leaving. I have something to do. The guy ran away with the puppet. Lu Chun sighed. Do you have to be so afraid of me? He turned to the other side and saw that there was a pretty puppet master next to him. He was just about to ask. The girl was so scared that she cried. Boo-hoo, I shouldn't have stood with you. I'm sorry, I don't have many gold coins on me. I only have 300 gold coins. I don't want to kneel at the entrance of the village. I'm not. Please let me go. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo. Immediately, 2 beauties ran over and pulled her away. While apologizing to Lu Chun, they left quickly. Lu Chun had black lines on his forehead, and he almost collapsed. Is there a need? Don't they know that the people from the Sacred Gate provoked me first? They made me look like a homicidal maniac. As the saying went, gossip was a fearful thing. For most people, they didn't know the ins and outs of the matter. They only saw that a newcomer like him not only had a duel with someone, but also proposed an excessive bet. The level 14 Sacred Gate, Iron Fighting Team, and Traceless Sword were all killed. The only lucky ones were the bounty hunters. However, although they had dropped a lot of equipment, they were actually very miserable. Therefore, a saying gradually spread in Yuan village. That guy is especially brutal and perverted. He will make you bankrupt and kneel at the entrance of the village for a week. When Lu Chun turned around again, there was no one beside him. He sighed. These guys, forget it, Lu Chun didn't expect to ask these people. It was better to ask the high-end Jiotian players. Some puppeteers would definitely have a better understanding of puppets than he could think of on the spur of the moment. After there were bounty hunters in the second heaven, Lu Chun didn't dare to hang up casually and directly went offline. After entering the group chat, the small group showed 999 plus messages. It seemed to be very lively. Most of them were discussing equipment and looking forward to the second heaven. In less than 3 weeks, they would be able to go to the second heaven. Newbie, morning. Is there anyone who plays a puppeteer? I would like to ask a few questions. Lu Chen's prefix was too conspicuous. He was the only newbie in the group. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of others. Administrator, Aunt Yi, morning finally appeared. Some time ago, someone wanted to take you as a disciple. What's your level now? Snap of the world. Morning, don't tell me you haven't changed your occupation. Want to become a puppeteer? Marionette, someone wants to become a puppeteer. Marionette, what's wrong? Why did you at me? Group leader, Orange. Boss Marionette is actually online. Morning, hurry and ask him. He's a puppeteer god. Newbie morning, thanks. Marionette, hello boss. I would like to ask how to choose the puppet string. Marionette, you also change your occupation to puppeteer? Ha ha ha, you have good taste. Puppeteers are super strong. Feng Qingyang, the god is going to give a lecture. Get a small stool and grab the front row. Marionette, I can't say that he's giving a lecture. Let's talk about it. The puppet string was a mechanism that connected the puppeteer and the puppets. The puppeteer's body was modified, so many parts could be used as a means of attack. For example, the arm could be detached to be used as a means of attack, hidden weapons in the abdomen, and even another puppet inside the puppet. It could be said that the puppeteer's methods were ever-changing. As the puppeteer had many mechanisms and puppets were inanimate objects, they needed to connect the puppet string to every mechanism to activate skills. Marionette. The choice of puppet string is mainly based on the type of puppet you have. For example, puppets made from animal bodies are very flexible but not very stable. At this time, we usually use more stable metal strings to control them. Puppets made from wood or iron have similar properties to animal bodies. Their weakness is that they are not flexible. We use a special string with a certain degree of willfulness to increase the consistency of the puppet's movements through manipulation. Marionette. All right, newbie, what's your puppet? Lu Chan was still confused. The key point was that he didn't even mention the puppet in Lu Chen's hands. Now, he just wanted Marionette to help him choose a puppet string. Newbie morning, my puppet doesn't have a fixed form. Lu Chan was embarrassed after saying that. The whole group was silent for a full 10 seconds. Chapter 337. Lu Chen's question was left hanging in the group for 10 seconds. Suddenly, no one answered him. The lively group suddenly had a strange atmosphere. After a while, someone finally spoke. Admin, strong, but not bald. A puppet without a fixed form? I haven't seen it before. Puppet, have you seen it before? Snap of the world. Little morning, that's not how you brag. Are you saying that you have a puppet that all of us max-level players have never seen before? Feng Qingyang. A puppet without a form? You're exaggerating. No one in the world has seen it before. You're just a newbie at level 30 or 40. How dare you say that? Too fake. Just when everyone was condemning Lu Chun for being pretentious and being struck by lightning, the marionette suddenly spoke. Marionette, wait a minute. I haven't seen this kind of puppet before, but I've seen it in the Puppet Illustration Handbook. Group leader Orange, what? Is there really such a puppet? Marionette, I don't know if there really is one. In the Illustration Handbook, it said that this kind of puppet only exists in legends. How about this? Let me take a screenshot. Soon, the marionette sent a short video. It was taken at the class training instructor's place. He was looking at the Puppet Illustration Handbook, and his focus was mainly on the Illustration Handbook. There were many types of puppets in the Illustration Handbook. As long as someone in the world made this kind of puppet, the Illustration Handbook would light up. At this time, there were about 100 or 200 types of puppets that were lit up. On the pages of the Illustration Handbook, the number of lit-up icons decreased as the pages went on. In the end, the 50 types of puppets on the page were all empty. Only the puppets on the last 4 or 5 pages of the illustration handbook were still empty. For example, the sun god puppet, titan puppet, behemoth puppet, and so on. These were all puppets that had never appeared in the first level of heaven. After flipping to the last few pages, the marionette stopped and pointed at an illustration handbook on the blank page. The illustration handbook wasn't opened, but there was a description on it. Origin puppet. Legend has it that in certain areas where spiritual energy is extremely abundant, it will form an emotionless life form that only has a simple basic consciousness. It is called origin. Because this life form has no emotions, it cannot become a battle pet captured by spirit controllers. However, it is the most natural and excellent puppet. It is just that it is extremely difficult to encounter and obtain. The control of the origin does not require any professional techniques, but it requires a special puppet string to establish a connection between the origin and its master. This kind of puppet thread is called the spirit thread. It is a puppet thread formed from pure spirit energy. You only need a trace of connection to control the puppet. The origin puppet is currently the puppet with the highest compatibility with the spirit channeling cultivation method. After reading these descriptions, the group of people finally believed in the existence of such a puppet. However, no one would believe that a newcomer could obtain such a rare puppet. Split the world. Morning. Are you sure you have such a puppet? Luchan really didn't expect the origin energy to be so rare. In fact, there were no fixed-form nightmare spirits in the world of the Stone Gate. He thought that with some simple manipulation, the puppet master should be able to make similar puppets. But now he had just said that he had such a puppet, and it was called out by others. Group Leader Orange. There are endless opportunities in Jiotian. You can't say for sure that you can't get good things if your level is low. Marionette. That's true. In fact, some puppet masters also obtained some key parts of rare puppets by chance and made rare puppets. This has nothing to do with level. But if you have it, I really want to see Morning. Luchan thought for a while. As long as they didn't suspect that he was Lone Mighty or someone with a particularly high level, this group was still useful. It was better than him asking people in front of the grocery store. Morning. Marionette, big brother, where can I get the spirit thread? Marionette, I saw it at the Profession Master in Firmament City. It needs to be learned. Can you take a screenshot for me? Luchan knew that he had to take a screenshot, so he agreed. Okay, I'll take a screenshot. Not long after, Luchan sent a screenshot of the source. As the radiant source was currently in his bag, it had yet to be released. All he could see was a ball of black light emitting a black mist that gradually grew stronger. It looked like a black heart. Puppet source. After use, you can obtain a complete puppet of the source. The group exploded. A newbie obtaining a piece of equipment that no one else had. This was too sensational. It's really the source. This is unbelievable. Oh my God, I can't believe my eyes. Damn. Morning, your luck is really heaven-defying. What's your level, and you've already gotten such a unique puppet? Morning, can you release it for us to see? Morning, I haven't found a suitable puppet thread, so I can't control it. But I understand now. Marionette, thank you, big brother. I'll give it a try. Luchan didn't care about the increasing number of people in the group. He went back to the game. Luchan couldn't return to the first level of heaven, nor could he go to Holy Gate City to learn. The only way was mail. Luchan thought about it. There were many people who had his email, but the solipsistic only trusted one person, Fengling. He immediately sent an email to Fengling and asked her to send him a spiritual thread skill book. He would reimburse the cost. As soon as the email was sent, Fengling replied. Mad God, are you used to being in the second level of heaven? I'll go to Firmament City now. Wait for me. Not long after, Fengling's email came, and there was an attachment. Mad God, I bought the skill book. I don't know if it's this spiritual thread finger. If it's not, I'll buy it again. Luchan took out the attachment and looked at it. It talked about how to use the spiritual thread. He used the skill book and learned spiritual thread finger. Make spiritual thread. Luchan discovered that from his 10 fingers, 10 extremely thin threads in the form of spirit bodies floated out. They were swaying slightly like tentacles. Okay, it should be this. He looked at the selling price of the item. 100 gold coins. This was the selling price. The buying price was 10 times higher. To Winchim, 1,000 gold coins should be a huge sum of money, but she didn't mention anything about money in the mail. Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. This silly girl wasn't suitable for business. She would lose a lot of money. Lu Chen opened the email and thought about it. He first put in 5,000 gold coins and 4 pieces of purple equipment in the second level of heaven. These equipment avoided the divine martial set. These equipment had no level restrictions. Fengling could use them directly. Finally, he wrote in the email, "Thanks. Send me a message when you reach the second level of heaven. You might not be able to level up at the beginning. I'll guide you." Chapter 338. A large number of players were gathered in the novice village. Due to the increase in difficulty, it was very difficult for small teams to level up. Hence, a new phenomenon appeared in the village. Looking for a team to work with. Simple mode requires the ability to kill more than 3 Radiant Moon Werewolves at the same time. Cooperate to fight Radiant Moon Werewolves. Take turns to distribute the experience and loot. Absolutely trustworthy. A 20-man elite team looking for partners of similar strength. Long term, looking for 4 teams. There is no limit to the number of people. As long as they are the original team that defeated the Sky Domain boss, the distribution will be based on the principle of rotation. Average level 58 team looking for a team led by Leader Heavenly Might. It is best if it is an old team. With Leader Heavenly Might, it is best if they have been in Dragon War. We don't want quantity, we want quality. Looking at these shouts, Lu Chen also faintly felt a trace of bitterness. These teams were all teams that had defeated the Sky Domain boss. In the end, they had to work together to fight small monsters outside. The difficulty of the game had increased by 2 levels. These people were indeed bitter in their hearts. The newcomers were miserable, and so were the veterans. Many teams that were originally in high-level maps could not adapt to the increased difficulty of the game and return to the novice village. The leader and vice leader were desperately shouting. If there were suitable candidates, they would contact the other party for investigation. The normal members were squatting at the side and sighing. Sigh, I didn't expect this. Our team used to stand at the peak of the world. Now, we can't even beat small monsters. The experience and drop rate of wild monsters only increased by 22.5%, but the attributes increased by 4 times. It will be difficult to level up in the future. Sigh, we were originally happy. Suddenly, we were tricked by Solipsistic, and the game went back to a few months ago. Right? Someone is crowdfunding to kill him. Now the bounty has soared to 3 million gold coins. I wonder if those super experts will make a move. 3 million is still a bit dangerous. The top 5 bounty hunters in the entire server, the Buddha, Demon, God, and Demon Bounty Masters, start at 10 million gold coins. Sigh, then let's wait for the bounty to slowly increase. To be honest, if I wasn't afraid of not being able to beat him, I would have killed him 101 times. Lu Chen accidentally heard this news and was shocked. He had actually gotten to this point. The players were crowdfunding to kill him. This was attracting the hatred of all the players in the second heaven. This was only the aggro of the early stage players. There were also the normal players. By the time they reached the second heaven, he would probably be the enemy of the entire server. Thinking of the terrifying future, Lu Chen shuddered and quietly left Nyeyuan village. Looking for a place where there was no one, Lu Chen summoned the source. Let's see how the puppet works. Lu Chen connected the puppet with a spirit thread and used this spirit communication cultivation technique. The source that was constantly changing like a liquid suddenly condensed into a solid form. Its solid form was just like the shape in Spirit Condensation Mountain. Radix now had a status called Psychic Amplification. Psychic Amplification increases all attributes of the puppet by 40%. Other than this passive attribute buff, Psychic Channeling also had 3 other styles. Just as Psychic Channeling said, observe what you see, act what you do, and think what you think. Spirit Communication, Spirit Fusion. The owner and the puppet can share their vision. The range of effect is limited by the length of the spirit thread. Coincidentally, the spirit thread does not have a length limit. Summon, release. Puppets have the ability to fight on their own. Spirit communication, copy. Puppets can imitate their owner's behavior, including their movements, as well as most active cultivation techniques and special effects. These were the effects of the cultivation technique, psychic channeling. Luchan also wanted to check the attributes of the source. The reason why the source was an extremely powerful puppet was that even if Luchan did not learn psychic channeling, the source still had strong combat power. After looking at the attributes and skills of the source, Luchan believed it. The source was really strong. Otherwise, the one in Spirit Condensation Mountain wouldn't have been able to kill Luchan. Talent 1. The more it fights, the stronger it gets. It absorbs the opponent's spiritual attack and strengthens its own spiritual attack. Talent 2. Invasion. Invade non-player life forms with lower spiritual power and obtain their abilities. The targets of invasion include, but are not limited to clones, battle pets, puppets. Talent 3. Immortal body. Immune to physical attacks and poison attacks. The source will not die. When its health is depleted, it will temporarily lose its combat ability and return to the owner's backpack. It will recover after 3 hours. Cultivation technique, spiritual shield. Provides a spiritual shield with a durability value of 1.8 million. Puppet skill 1. Protect the owner. Transfer its own health value and pure spiritual energy to the owner at any time. Puppet skill 2. Crazy tearing. Launch 18 consecutive rapid attacks on the enemy. Each attack causes 8% spiritual damage and causes a bleeding effect. Cooldown time is 3 seconds. Puppet skill 3. Growth. The source puppet does not need to be modified or strengthened. It only needs to level up to strengthen its strength. Weakness. Elemental attacks. Luchan frowned and studied these skills. Although it's not as powerful as the one in Spirit Condensation Mountain, this is just a puppet after all. However, with 1.65 million health points, it should be able to look down on most puppets. Moreover, this guy can actually level up and become stronger. The only skill that provides support. 18 rapid tearing can cause a total of 144% spiritual damage. The damage is a bit low. However, is it sure that the cooldown time is 3 seconds? After 18 punches, 3 seconds should have passed by. This skill's damage wasn't high, but the cooldown time was extremely short. Luchan even suspected that Source's Tortoise Fist was almost equivalent to having no cooldown. In terms of defense, this guy actually doesn't have a defense attribute, but it doesn't matter. Physical, spiritual, and poison attacks are all ineffective. It's only afraid of elemental and heavenly attacks. Luchan thought for a while. I don't have any elemental attacks now, and I don't know where to get them. Luchan thought of the Sky Thunder Stone that had been lying in his backpack for a long time. That thing was dropped by Moro Bosun. Bosun's attacks had obvious attribute characteristics. It was very likely that this stone had additional elemental attacks. Elemental attacks should be a variant of spiritual attacks. It's very likely that it will become the main source of damage in the future. Luchan thought for a while and realized that he was a bit off topic. He pulled his thoughts back. Let's talk about that later. Source's other talents and skills are quite useful. His 1.65 million health points can be transferred to me at any time. That's equivalent to my health points increasing by 50%. Not bad, not bad. Without a doubt, Source would become one of Luchan's stronger combat forces at the moment. Right, since you're immune to physical and magical attacks. Luchan thought for a while. Then aren't you the best me shield? Let's go to the werewolves' camp first. Let's try to cooperate. It was Luchan's first time bringing along a puppet. Although Source could fight autonomously, he still had to train to make it more effective under his control. Perhaps, after 2 weeks, this guy would have a chance to fight. Chapter 339. For the next few days, Luchan trained in the werewolf base camp. Puppeteers were known as the pianists of Juqian. They were extremely difficult to operate. Fortunately, Luchan only needed to use his mind to control them. It was much easier than puppeteers who used puppet strings to activate skills. However, even if he used his mind to control them, how to use their shared vision to judge their situation and control both the main body and the puppet at the same time wasn't something that could be mastered overnight. This training lasted for more than 10 days. During these days, Luchan almost forgot to eat and sleep when he trained. In fact, the reason why he put in so much effort to learn how to control puppets wasn't just because of the source. Spirit controllers and puppeteers had different approaches to the same goal. After mastering the puppets, it would be easier to work with battle pets in the future. As for the battlefield, Luchan had a lot of them. After mastering the more difficult puppets, it wouldn't be difficult to bring divine beast battle pets to fight in the future. 14 days later, Luchan finally acted like a professional puppeteer. He controlled the source to move nimbly among the radiant moon werewolves. At the same time, he increased the difficulty of the training and deliberately didn't use invisibility. He also moved quickly among the radiant moon werewolves. There were a lot of werewolves here, and they were huge. Luchan couldn't see the source when they were constantly on the move. At such times, he had to use the source's vision to quickly switch between the two visions. Fortunately, he could now work with the source perfectly. Okay, I've avoided most of the attacks in 20 minutes. This result is good enough. Luchan nodded in satisfaction. Now, I feel like the source is really working for me. Although polishing techniques didn't bring about an increase in attributes, the improvement of techniques was also a kind of improvement in strength, and it was the most fundamental improvement. Source invade, Luchan ordered, and the source wrapped a radiant moon werewolf in mist form. Today is the day I fulfill my promise. Source, let's go. Luchan put away the source and flew away with invisibility, leaving the werewolf base camp. Looking back at this place, Luchan actually felt a little nostalgic. This place is really the best place to practice techniques. No one will disturb me. It's difficult but not fatal. I can even drop equipment. It's so comfortable. Second heaven level 60 main city, Holy Gate City. The Holy Gate could be said to be the strongest guild in the second heaven. Usually, the 16 city gates of Sacred Gate City would be filled with people and carriages at all times. Usually, all kinds of mounts would fly across the sky above the Holy Gate City. Beast tamers, spirit exorcists, and battle pets of exorcists, puppets of puppeteers, all of which added to the mystical atmosphere of the Holy Gate City. However, the roads leading to the various city gates of the Sacred Gate City were exceptionally quiet today. On top of the various city walls, the surrounding wilderness was already filled with people. Do you think that guy will come? It would be weird if he came back. Did you see the Saint Gate's formation? It's so scary. I heard that the Saint Gate has invited a few experts to help out. Is that true? I know. They hired a few experts from the Bounty Association and the Mercenary Association. After all, that guy defeated Traceless. He's still quite strong. There should be tens of thousands of people guarding the Saint Gate now. That guy is said to be alone. If I were him, I would have run away after seeing the situation here from afar. On the main city wall of the northern gate stood a few people. The person in the lead was the emblem of the Saint Gate, Ling Tian. On his right was an extremely beautiful lady. Many people knew her. Right sage, Luo Shui. Left sage, Traceless, was also there. However, he was no longer qualified to stand in the first row. The four St. Hall masters stood beside Luo Shui. On Ling Tian's left were a few unfamiliar faces. At this moment, a man in blue clothes beside Ling Tian opened the folding fan in his hand and said leisurely, "He dares to challenge the entire Holy Gate City alone. That guy's the most arrogant person I have ever seen." Beside him, an old man in his 50s laughed and said, "Actually, this isn't anything new. In the first heaven, everyone has more or less won against more people. It's just that that guy got the wrong target. This isn't the first heaven, but the second heaven." On the other side, a tall man who was about 2 meters tall said disdainfully, "If he dares to come today, We'll make sure he won't be able to leave the Holy Gate City. At this moment, the 5 people from the Wood Mansion were also mixed in with the crowd. Before this, they already knew that Lu Chun had defeated Traceless. There was no need to mention how shocked the 5 of them were at that time. It turned out that guy didn't want to leave the equipment with them and make a comeback. He just wanted to distribute the equipment normally. In the end, the 5 of them all ran away. It felt like they had absconded with a huge sum of money. Xiao Tian asked Jiu softly, Jiu, why didn't that guy come looking for you? Did he not want his equipment? Jiu shook her head. I don't know. I sent him a few emails, but he didn't reply. What Jiu didn't know was that not replying to emails was actually Lu Chen's tradition. His mailbox was always filled with 999 plus unread emails. I wanted to give him the equipment. Who knew that he would take the initiative to come to the Holy Gate City this time? Xiao Tian also sighed. He probably wants to end this matter and win the Holy Gate City. It feels impossible. Warner also said, absolutely impossible. How much does the Holy Gate City earn in a day? Since Ling Tian and the others took over a level 60 main city, they've been entrenched here for more than a month. It's getting more and more unshakable. Chi-Chi nodded and said, yes, I heard that the middle management of the Holy Gate City ate pills that cost a few gold coins as if they were eating jelly beans. It's very extravagant. They seem to have started talking about Long Zhanya's dungeon. Xiao Tian shook his head. Actually, I like to make friends with that kid. I hope that Ling Tian and the others won't be too ruthless. At this moment, a figure appeared at the end of the road in the distance. This person walked slowly towards the grand Holy Gate City. There was no lack of unhappiness, but each step was steady and firm. He was dressed in a red robe that was eye-catching. His appearance was calm and natural, and he was unperturbed. The wishful long staff in his hand was casually twirling around his spear as if he was playing with it casually to pass the time. The heavily guarded Holy Gate City, countless players, powerhouses, battle pets, puppets. In his eyes, it was as if they did not exist. When she saw this person appear, Jiu Er's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. From the first time she saw him fight, she thought that he was a madman. Later on, she witnessed the impossible again and again. After that, she had a small interaction between them. Jiu Er's position had changed from being completely neutral to leaning towards Lu Chen's side. When she saw this man casually walking in front of countless powerhouses, a strange feeling arose in Jiu Er's heart. It was as if he was a fearless hero. This guy, he's a little handsome. Juana suddenly said what Jiu wanted to say at this time. 8-Gate said with jealousy, we haven't seen each other for a few days. Where did he get this outfit? The color is so flashy. Not long after, Lu Chun stood in front of the Holy Gate's north gate that was more than 30 meters tall and leaned the wishful long staff on the ground. He let out a long sigh. They're going to massacre the city again. Chapter 340. Lu Chun didn't know why fate was playing tricks on him. He just wanted to make a little money, but now he had to massacre the city. The main character had arrived, and the entire Holy Gate City began to stir. It was worth mentioning that the Holy Gate required those who entered the city to join the Holy Gate temporarily. Therefore, almost everyone here was a disciple of the Holy Gate. He's really here. Does he want to die? I must get the credit. I'll depend on him to make a name for myself. It's good that he's here. How can he look down on our Holy Gate? Today, the city lord is here in person with many strong men. He can't escape. How dare he provoke our Holy Gate? We'll torture him to death today. In the face of these vicious words, Lu Chun didn't care. He was used to it anyway. Hey, stop chattering. If you want to fight, come down and fight. Lu Chun rubbed his neck. Damn, does this city gate have to be so high? It's tiring to talk with my head up. You're asking for death. Ling Tian shouted and then ordered his men, open the city gate. The city gate opened, and the players standing on the tower jumped down and lined up to play chess with Lu Chun. Ling Tian stood at the front of the team, surrounded by strong men. He looked at Lu Chun like a tiger eyeing its prey. Kid, I didn't expect you to be so brave. Aren't you arrogant? Don't worry, we won't let you down today. We'll treat you well. Lu Chun smiled and gently kicked the end of the wishful staff. Using the rebound force, he put the staff on his shoulder. All day long, you send people to duel me, assassinate me, and offer bounties. Aren't you guys annoying? Can't you be more direct? Forget it. Since I'm here, there won't be so much trouble if the holy gate doesn't exist. Ling Tian slowly narrowed his eyes. You want to flatten our holy gate? If you talk big, I'll beat you back to the first level today. The old man standing beside Ling Tian looked at Lu Chun and shook his head. Young man, your problem is that you're too flashy. I've seen many talented people, but in the end, how many can reach the top? It's because young people are impetuous and like to stir up trouble. In the end, only death awaits. Lu Chun coldly snorted. The old man's words seemed reasonable, but in fact, he knew nothing about Lu Chun. You said that I like to stir up trouble? If it wasn't for the fact that you guys from the Saint Gate provoked me first, I wouldn't have bothered with you guys. Showing off too much? You speak as if you know how capable I am. The old man's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Unrepentant, you really deserve to be killed. Fine, I'll teach you a lesson in front of your parents today. Lu Chun's expression immediately turned cold. There was always someone who spoke without thinking, touching his reverse scale. Traceless was no longer qualified to stand in the front row. He would probably be demoted in the future. Naturally, he hated Lu Chun the most. He shouted from behind. He's just a bastard who doesn't have a mother to teach him. I can see it now. You can't expect a person who can do such a brainless thing to have a good upbringing. I guess his parents never taught him how to be humble when he was young. Lu Chun narrowed his eyes slightly. It was rare for him to be so serious. He was here to deal with the Saint Gate today, but it was just a massacre in the city to teach them a lesson. But now, each and every one of them was scolding him. They even picked his sensitive parents to scold. He was angry. In the distance, Xiao Tian frowned slightly. He had noticed Lu Chun's expression. He had never seen him so fierce before. It was the same last time. When Taizhan scolded his parents, he got angry easily. Chi frowned. Under normal circumstances, the more you care about something, the angrier you get. Could it be that he really suddenly spoke? Don't say any more. We're in Jiutian. Strength speaks louder than words. A hero's background doesn't matter. I don't care about his family background. At least the strength he has shown now is worthy of our respect. Warner nodded. Many people say that he's cruel. Actually, think about it carefully. He has never taken the initiative to humiliate others, except for that time when we were wiped out. I feel that he's actually quite easygoing. Jiuer nodded. That's right. Lu Chun gave her such a feeling. He could chat casually with ordinary players without any arrogance. He also wouldn't bully the weak for no reason. All along, it was others who were looking for trouble with him. Sigh, what a pity. He's just so unyielding. Why did he come? If I were him, I definitely wouldn't come to Saint Gate City. There are so many experts here. In the second heaven domain, perhaps the only ones who really wanted Lu Chun to win were these few people from the Wood Mansion. In the arena, Ling Tian shouted loudly. Kid, don't be so secretive. Ling Tian, won't fight with nameless people. Show me your ID. Lu Chun snorted. You want to see my ID? You're not qualified. Whether you want to fight with me or not, it's not up to you to decide. Arrogant. Then I'll make you a nameless ghost. Everyone get ready. Kill them. With the word kill, an unprecedented battle began. 100,000 experts surged toward the red figure like a surging tide. Some were on foot, some were on mounts, and there were all kinds of battle pets and puppets. The whole scene was spectacular. The 5 people from the Wood Mansion had their hearts in their throats. Just looking at this formation was terrifying enough. Just imagine how horrifying it would be if 100,000 people were charging a single person. However, in the arena, Lu Chun's lips curled up slightly. Very good, Source. It's time for us to show off our skills. Summon the spirit. Lu Chun summoned Source. At this moment, it was in the form of a different radiant moon werewolf. So that guy's a puppet master. However, he can't be so naive as to think that a puppet can help him block the 100,000 strong army, right? Lu Chun snorted. War God Possession, Demon Transformation, Doppelganger, Demon King Consciousness, Refresh, Doppelganger. As soon as the 12 Doppelganger appeared, 10 of them suddenly Doppelganger again. In addition to Lu Qin's Doppelganger, there were a total of 35 Doppelganger. Kill. At the order, all the Doppelganger rushed into the crowd. Lightless Sky, Flame Pillar, Black Coffin Dead Zone. Lu Qin continued to launch skills. Blood Sacrifice Shield, Earth Chasm. If it was one-on-one, it would be a piece of cake for these experts to avoid the Earth Chasm. However, the problem was that there was such a large group of people, and the gap was extremely small. When Lu Qin's rod came down, it instantly smashed a lot of people. You like to show off your mount in front of me, right? Nine-winged, come out. Lu Qin growled, and a nine-winged sky dragon suddenly appeared. Even in the second-level heaven, no one had a nine-winged sky dragon. After all, the fusion conditions of the nine-winged sky dragon were too harsh. Defeating all the bosses in the forbidden land of divine pets in an hour was definitely not something that ordinary people could do. Moreover, many people didn't even find the divine pet dungeon at all. As soon as the nine-winged sky dragon appeared, countless mounts around suddenly whined and were all forced to land and bow to the ground. Damn, what kind of mount is that? I've never seen such a powerful mount. What? My mount actually wants to bow to his mount. It's the pressure of a mount. F***CK. Could this be a dark gold grade mount? Impossible. There hasn't been a dark gold mount at all. Why does this guy have so many skills? Isn't he a puppet master? Why is he so strong in close combat? Countless people's brains had short-circuited. Gio took a deep breath. This time, perhaps she could finally see this guy's true strength. Chapter 341. The nine-winged dragon's existence was not only to force others off their mounts, but it was also an extremely strong AoE attack pet. The nine-winged dragon's damage was related to Lu Qin's attributes. Now that Lu Qin's attributes were so crazy, the nine-winged dragon's damage was more than 4 times. Flame Breath. The nine-winged dragon swooped down, opened its mouth, and spat out a large amount of flames, igniting the entire battlefield. Tiger Roar, Spiritual Sword Rain, Great Ravager Sweep. The clone started a massacre at the front. Minus 330,000, double critical hit. One of the clones split, and after that, a large number of players' HP dropped by a large amount. Damn, what kind of clone is this? Such high damage. How can it split? As far as I know, there's only one way to split, and that's through the bloodline of a divine beast. He has the divine beast chaos. Not just the divine beast chaos. Another clone's multiple damage caused a stun. No, he also has Wuji. No, he also has Qiongqi Taotai. The 4 passive skills were immediately seen through by these players, but after thinking for a bit, they felt that something was wrong. This guy had gathered all 4 cubs of the divine beasts. Lu Qin sent out a stream of sword chi from behind. This sword aura dealt more than 260,000 damage, and it swept across a large number of players. Under the combined attacks of the clones, Flame Breath, Spiritual Sword Rain, Great Ravager Sweep, and the clones, many people fell into a pool of blood before they could react. But that wasn't the end. What was even more inconceivable was his puppet. Damn, he's immune to physical attacks, using spiritual attacks. The spiritual attacks are being absorbed, and his attacks seem to be getting stronger. Poison Master, use poison. No, we've already tried. He's immune to poison. The group of people was stunned. Physical, spiritual, and poison attacks were all ineffective, and that guy was hit by a large number of spiritual attacks. From the weakest one at the beginning, he became the most terrifying existence. Damn, is there a normal thing under this guy's hands? How do we fight? It's invincible. When Ling Tian and the other experts saw their subordinates being beaten up by the clones, puppets, and even mounts, their faces changed. He has too many tricks up his sleeves. He has at least 10 cultivation methods, and many of them are new to me. Wu Hen, didn't you say that he only has 12 clones at most? Ling Tian questioned Wu Hen unhappily. Traceless frowned. He really only has 12 doppelgangers. He has never used this 35 doppelgangers before. Ling Tian was so angry that his entire body trembled. It doesn't matter if it's a clone or not. Just kill the main body, Luo Shui. The lady beside Ling Tian nodded her head, and with a flash, she appeared at the front lines of the battlefield, shouting loudly. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. Use displacement to kill the main body. After Luo Shui finished speaking, she stood in the middle of the player army and opened her arms. Rain from the heavens. All the St. Gates players who had lost their HP within a large area recovered their HP rapidly. Lu Chun frowned as he looked at the woman in the crowd. This woman was most likely the Holy Gates' right sage, Holy Maiden Luo Shui. Unlike the powerful left sage Wu Han, Holy Maiden Luo Shui was a pharmacist, and her healing ability was extremely powerful. To a team, damage output and healing were equally important. Thus, even if Luo Shui's PvP ability wasn't very strong, her position was still unshakable. The appearance of the Holy Maiden was like a calming pill, calming down the flustered St. Gates players. At the beginning, Lu Chen had caught everyone off guard. However, after some of them calmed down, they also displayed a strength that was completely different from the players at the first Celestial stage. A large number of players used displacement skills to break through the doppelgangers and various AoE skills, trying to get close to Lu Chun. However, when they tried to get close to Lu Chun, they suddenly realized that the closer they got to him, the more terrifying his surroundings were under the double protection of the lightless heavenly flame, pillar, and black coffin dead zone. Boom, boom, boom. A large number of heavenly flame pillars automatically attacked. F***CK, what kind of divine damage is this? It's the lightless heavenly flame pillar. This guy's heavenly flame pillar is different from ordinary heavenly flame pillars. It's extremely difficult to detect. The lightless heavenly flame pillar is still fine, but what's the meaning of his HP continuously dropping the moment he enters the area? Black coffin dead zone? What kind of debuff is this? This time, Lu Chun chose the black coffin dead zone to continuously drop his HP. After all, there were too many people. He wanted to choose a one-time burst. Although the damage was high, and it was even harder to detect, there were too many people here. He didn't have the time to activate the dead zone one by one. At the same time that Lu Chun dealt a large amount of damage, a large number of players also launched long-range attacks, attacking Lu Chun. There were so many skills that they couldn't see clearly, and they couldn't differentiate between them. The predicted landing points of their skills were practically linked together. Rapid movement. Great Ravager continue. Lu Chun coldly snorted. While moving at high speed, he rapidly changed his position, making it difficult for the enemy to predict his position. At the same time, he was also madly using Great Ravager. Originally, the battlefield was already crowded, and it was already very difficult to dodge the skills. Moreover, now that the opponent was moving at high speed, it was even harder to detect his skills. In an instant, the field in front of St. Gates City was littered with corpses, and blood flowed like a river. This is too scary. This fellow has too many skills. Moreover, his skills damage is so high. 7 feet, said in shock. Yeah, and it's really hard to determine what class he is. Whether it's close combat or range combat, he doesn't seem to have any shortcomings, Warner praised. Xiao Tian's brows were tightly knitted. He was already shocked by the rare scene before him. That combo and high chance of critical hit are too fierce. Just what is his critical hit chance? Aren't they triggering too frequently? Ling Tian never dreamed that his army of 100,000 would still fail to kill that fellow after fighting for 2 minutes. Not only that, but the battlefield was also becoming more and more chaotic, and they were gradually losing control. This won't do. We can't let that brat continue to be arrogant, Ling Tian said with a frown. Although almost everyone here was from the Holy Gate, in reality, other than the core members of the Holy Gate, the rest of the Holy Gate City members had been forcefully roped in under the condition of entering St. Gate City. If too many of these players died, a bunch of equipment would drop. At that time, he alone wouldn't be able to compensate for the loss of so much equipment. If they fought for the Holy Gate, the players would have to pay for the losses out of their own pockets. He believed that the middle and low-level members of the Holy Gate would definitely be unhappy. Ling Tian snorted and said to Meng Nan, the old man, and the man in blue beside him, "The three of you, it's time for us to make a move." No problem. The three of them were already prepared to make a move. The four super experts flashed at the same time and arrived at the center of the battlefield. They quietly stood behind Lu Chun. Lu Chun was having a good time killing when suddenly, many people shouted from behind him. Combination skill, earthquaking. Almost at the same time, the dark eyes of the gods quickly gave an astonishing range of effect. It almost covered the entire area in front of Saint Gate City. With Lu Chen's keen observation, he quickly deduced that this skill wasn't simple. It was very likely to be a killing move. Turning back, Lu Chun saw that it was indeed Ling Tian and the others who had made a move, who knew that what the four experts waited for wasn't Lu Chen's shock. Instead, he smiled and said calmly, "Very good. I've been waiting for you guys. 8 desolations of heaven and earth." Chapter 342. The four of them unleashed a rare combination skill, causing the sky to change color and the earth to shake. However, Lu Chun didn't care and countered with his 8 desolation heaven and earth. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth instantly reached its peak. The entire Holy Gate mountain instantly turned white. Under the strong light, no one could look at it directly. On the other hand, Lu Chen's doppelganger and Origin continued to fight. The surrounding players had to turn their heads to avoid the strong light. Oh my God, is this a fight between gods? What kind of skills are these? Is it the Heaven's Wrath skill? Is the Heaven's Wrath skill that strong? That's too scary. How can their damage be so crazy? Their levels can't be higher than ours. Where did they get such a scary skill from? Traceless Sword was completely dumbfounded. This guy has such a scary skill? That means that he didn't use his full strength when he was fighting with me. Traceless Blade's heart trembled as he thought of this. This guy, who is he? Obviously, the combination skill of the four of them was extremely rare. After playing Jiutian for so long, Lu Chun had never heard of the existence of a combination skill. Of course, his 8 desolation heaven and earth was not to be trifled with. In addition to his own attributes, Lu Chun had no reason to be afraid of them. The strong light flashed, and everyone's vision gradually became clear. However, when they could see the blurry image, they were even more shocked. The 5 of them were unscathed. How is this possible? The energy that they unleashed just now was probably more than 10 million. That's not right. How could such strong people not have life-saving skills? They might have activated their life-saving skills. But in that collision just now, who won and who lost? I think only they know. At this time, people gradually realized that the 5 strongest people in this city massacre battle were likely to determine the final result of the normal competition. Interestingly, many of the Holy Gates members had mixed feelings. Many of the people here were once all-powerful characters in the first heaven. However, after just 1 month in the second heaven, they, who were once the absolute protagonists of their respective worlds, had shockingly become the pathetic background of the battle between the strong. Sigh, I thought I was the main character of Jiutian. Now I know that I'm just a side character. I can't participate in a battle of this level. A player side, even someone like Traceless, is going to become a supporting character, let alone us. Solipsistic changed the entire situation of the second heaven. And this guy let us know that there are still people who can adapt to this difficulty. I feel that ever since the 2 newcomers arrived in the second heaven, this guy and Solipsistic, the entire second heaven has been turned upside down. Lu Chun looked indifferently at the 4 people in front of him. These 4 people actually didn't die. He had just received a huge amount of damage, over 6 million. His blood sacrifice shield had been broken, but Xiao Min had blocked the fatal blow for him. However, Lu Chun was very sure that his 8 desolations, heaven and earth, could definitely kill Ling Tian instantly. However, Ling Tian didn't die. It seemed that Ling Tian also had a way to save his life. Kid, Ling Tian raised his head and looked at Lu Chun with a smile that didn't look like a smile. No wonder you were so arrogant. It turns out that you have 2 sets of Earth-grade cultivation techniques. But what surprised me was that the combination technique didn't take your life. I'm not afraid to tell a dying person that in the world where the 4 of us are in, the first heaven is already the difficult level. When Lu Chen heard this, he was indeed shocked. Were there places in the first heaven that could increase the difficulty of the game? He didn't find any. All right, according to Zhu Qian's imagination, it was normal that there were places that he didn't explore. Moreover, in reality, every first heaven was different. Who knew what kind of opportunities they could find? Lu Chan said indifferently, after the first heaven's difficulty increased, you should have a chance to obtain better equipment and cultivation techniques. No wonder you could sit on the position of the St. Gates president. Ling Tian smiled slightly. That's not true. However, our heaven domain boss dropped 3 sets of Earth-grade cultivation techniques. Lu Chun immediately calculated in his heart. Something like the combination technique was very likely to be an Earth-grade cultivation technique. In addition, Ling Tian's perfect defense against the 8 desolations heaven and earth could also be some kind of defensive Earth-grade cultivation technique. In addition, this guy had at least 1 other Earth-grade cultivation technique. The number of Earth-grade cultivation techniques this guy had was actually the same as Lu Chen's. Lu Chen had the triple gate, and although the 8 desolations heaven and earth was an equipment special effect, its power could definitely be counted as an Earth-grade cultivation technique. The other one was the Earth-grade cultivation technique, 3,000 body flickering slash. However, it was obtained from the second heaven. Ling Tian was still calm and composed. This was the unique temperament of an expert. Even when facing a strong enemy, he could still maintain full confidence. When you blocked the earthquaking mountain just now, I already saw your status. At that time, you activated a battle pet's ability to protect its master. However, from the looks of the cooldown time, you don't seem to be able to withstand my next attack. The 3 people beside Ling Tian had the same expression on their faces as Lu Chen's victory was in their hands. Leader, let's end this quickly. I still have to go back and train. That's right. Boss, the second heaven is now in hard mode. I quite like this mode. Who knows, we might be able to get better equipment. Stop talking nonsense. Kill him in 1 hit. Ling Tian shook his head and complained, Hey you guys, I'm paying on time. Can't you guys play with me more? Play with you? You have the Holy Gate City as a money tree. We all have to work hard to earn money. You're talking as if I don't give you guys any resources. After coming from the first heaven domain, the 3 of you have really changed. The 4 of them teased as if no one else was around. Only now did Lu Chen know that the 4 of them had always been a team. It was just that they had temporarily been busy with their own things after arriving at the second heaven. However, the 4 of them should be super strong in their own fields. If that was the case, one could imagine how strong the 4 of them were back then. Lu Chen shook his head. He really didn't expect that he would be forced to use his strongest move when he had just arrived at the Holy Gate City. Look, he seems to be discouraged. That's normal. Who wouldn't die if they met the 4 of us? Come on. Let's get rid of this trash quickly. I still have a mission with a 10 million level reward. The 4 of them cursed, but then their expressions became serious. Heavenly might combination. In an instant, the 4 of them emitted a golden light and rose into the air. The golden light was dazzling like the yellow sun in the sky. In front of the 4 of us, you're worse than trash. Heavenly might combination technique. Have you seen it before? I'm sorry. All your low-grade Earth rank skills are useless in front of this move. You're just a mortal. How can you fight with a god? Prepare the combination technique, sunshine shine. When Xiao Tian saw this scene, he sucked in a breath of cold air. These guys, it's another combination skill. It's a heavenly might combination technique. Isn't this power close to a mid-grade Earth rank skill? Jur was so nervous that she even forgot to breathe. Could that person survive? If not, then what awaited him would be a punishment crueler than death. If he could, then he would be a miracle. On the ground, Lu Chun took a deep breath, put away the wishful staff, and held the devil blade in his hand. Stepping on the Qian and Kuan palaces, he leaned forward slightly with his hand on the hilt. He calmly uttered a sentence. Who said that a mortal can't kill a god? Sorry, the four of you are already dead. Chapter 343. The four of them were like the sun in the sky, shining brightly. Wherever the light touched, it was directed by the skill. Heaven's might combination skill, sunlight, illumination. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and spat out 4 words. 7 stars chasing the moon. A red figure rushed towards the place where the sunlight was the brightest. Jiu covered her mouth. Any normal person would know that that was the place where the sunlight illumination dealt the most damage. However, that guy actually rushed towards the center of the sun. You're looking for death. You're like a moth to the fire. After 0.7 seconds of invincibility, you're dead for sure. However, no one could stop Lu Chen. This was the first time that people saw a true, seamless combination of skills. In the 0.7-second process, there was no gap at all. 7 stars, chasing the moon, moved forward by 100 meters. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of the 4 people. 3,000 body flicker slash. Lu Chen shouted, leaving behind an afterimage as he went invisible. Of course, it didn't matter whether he was invisible or not, because from the moment the skill was activated, the opponent was already in the attack range, and the real body had already seamlessly connected with the special effects. At this moment, people could only see that the red-clothed man in the center of the sun was standing there, unharmed. 3,000 body flicker slash would leave behind an illusion. It was important to note that what was left behind was an illusion and not a doppelganger. The illusion was only a visual effect, so it naturally wouldn't take any damage. How can there's no damage? Everyone was shocked. However, just as they said there was no damage, the damage immediately came. However, it wasn't Lu Chen who took damage, but the 4 people who used the combination skill. A large number of damage values appeared above the 4 people's heads. -670,000, double critical hit, -1. 0.4 million, poisoned. The old man was the first to be killed. -1. 0.7 million, triple critical hit. The elegant man was the second to be killed by a triple critical hit. -650,000, double critical hit, -1. 0.4 million, poisoned. The brawny man was killed by the third attack without any suspense. 3,000 body flicker slash, a total of 11 attacks. The first 3 attacks instantly killed 3 people, and the remaining 8 were left to Lu Chen to Ling Tian. Ling Tian didn't even see Lu Chen's shadow from the start, as damage values continued to appear above his head. Block, 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 block. After blocking a total of 9 attacks, Ling Tian finally couldn't hold on any longer. -560,000, double critical hit. -770,000, poisoned. -770,000, poisoned. It had to be said that Ling Tian's stats were indeed quite overpowered. His double critical hit only dealt 500,000 damage, and a portion of the poison was also negated, so he only dealt 700,000 damage. He had over 1,500,000 HP, which was why he was poisoned twice before dying. No, that's impossible. How could you possibly break my indestructible divine body? After losing the target, the illusion disappeared, and Lu Chen's real body finally reappeared not far away. Sheathing his saber, Lu Chen turned his back to the 4 self-proclaimed gods and snorted. That's it? God? Humph. The 4 super powerhouses had all fallen in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the doppelgangers were all killed. Time was up. 9-winged spiritual energy was severely depleted, and he returned to Lu Chen's side to rest for a short while. Only Source was still fighting, but he was quickly summoned back by Lu Chen. Less than 70,000 remained of the 100,000-strong army. They were finally liberated, and now was the best time for them to encircle and annihilate that guy in one go. However, the whole place was strangely quiet. In the distance, The red-clothed man stood there indifferently. There was no fear in his eyes, and his expression was calm. He looked at the tens of thousands of troops that were no longer restrained by his doppelgangers, as if they were nothing. Beside him, the mighty nine-winged celestial dragon stood on one side, and on the other side, that strange puppet that was immune to magic was expressionless, making people feel terrified. One man, one dragon, one puppet, they were invincible. However, the one who really made people not dare to take a step forward was still that red-clothed man. For corpses lay at his feet, and he, after the battle, just now, had full HP. Oh my God, am I dreaming? Why is there such a strong person? Oh my God. Killing 4 super strong people in an instant. I can't believe it. What's going on with the 3,000 body flicker slash that he used just now? I still don't understand. How did Ling Tian and the rest die? The 3,000 body flicker slash was very confusing, leaving behind a doppelganger, and the main body was invisible to attack. At first glance, it was hard for people to imagine why Ling Tian and the other 3 were suddenly attacked. Especially after the last target was killed, the illusion disappeared and the real body appeared. Under the perfect combination, people didn't even know that the one standing there was just an illusion all along. The most important thing was that Ling Tian and the rest had already used Heaven's Might, but that guy still fought with the body of a mortal. If not for the overwhelming strength, it wouldn't be like this. Facing such a terrifying monster beyond imagination, no one in the 70,000-strong army dared to take half a step forward. In the distance, Ba Min let out a long sigh. This guy, too terrifying. I'm convinced I can't compare to him for now. Wan Er's eyes were full of worship. He's too cool, killing the 4 city lords of the Sacred Gate in an instant and suppressing 100,000 people by himself. It's really not good. I feel a little moved. Heroes loved beauties, and beauties loved heroes too. However, Wang wasn't the only one who was moved. Jiao Er's heart was beating very fast. She had enough of this guy. To what extent was he hiding his strength? He was obviously so powerful. Wait, actually, he didn't seem to be hiding his strength. It was just that those small fries in the past weren't worth his full strength. If he really wanted to hide his strength, he probably wouldn't have clashed with the Sacred Gate, let alone come to massacre the city alone. All along, the so-called hidden strength was just their misconception. They always thought that this guy had tried his best every time, so they were so shocked when he exploded with stronger combat strength. In this battle, that arrogant red figure had unknowingly left a mark in Jiao Er's heart. Lu Chun looked at the 70,000 people opposite him and said calmly, I know the rules of the Sacred Gate. Those who find trouble with me have always been the management of the Sacred Gate. As for you guys, if you still want to fight, I'll accompany you. If you guys give up now, I can let you guys go. Actually, I've always been easy to get along with. Lu Chun now had to work hard to change the impression in the hearts of the ordinary players. There wasn't even anyone to talk to. This game was too difficult to play. I'm such a good person. How did I end up in this state? No, Lu Chun had to work hard to rebuild his character. However, his words had a different meaning in other people's ears. He was like a cruel monarch, purposely showing his benevolent side in order to win people's hearts. Don't think that we're 3-year-old children. With your cruelty, you'll definitely not let us off. Don't think that we didn't hear you say that you wanted to massacre the city from the start. At most, I'll die. I'll fight it out with you. Lu Chen's frown deepened. What's the meaning of this? My character can't be changed? Damn it. Why do you have to be like this? Can't we just play the game properly? I was just saying that. Why do you guys have to take it seriously? Don't talk nonsense with him. He's definitely running out of spiritual energy. Let's exhaust him to death. Someone shouted. Lu Chun shook his head. It seemed that he had to prove something. Who said that I've run out of spiritual energy? Sigh, I still have a few 100,000 left. Forget it, I'll show it to you guys. Spiritual energy storm. Strong winds suddenly blew in the surroundings, and countless spiritual energy turned into thin threads that surged toward Lu Chun. Chapter 344. Spiritual Energy Storm was the special effect of the Mukin Pearl. It could temporarily increase spiritual energy by 1,000 points. At the same time, it could replenish the spiritual energy in the elixir. It couldn't be used to increase the level of the elixir, but it was still very useful. Just like now, when people saw the situation, they could already guess that this guy had replenished a large amount of spiritual energy. Damn, this guy. How many skills does he have? How? How can we fight like this? Forget it, I give up. I can't beat this guy. Let's give up. No matter if this guy is good or bad, there's no need for us to sacrifice our lives for the Holy Gate. More and more people kept their weapons. This sentiment spread quickly, and the 70,000-strong army finally stopped. Luchin smiled and put away Nine-Winged and Source at the same time. There was no point in killing these players. His level was too far away from theirs, and they weren't bounty hunters. It would be hard for them to drop equipment. If he could save trouble, he would save his energy. After the fight, he believed that the Holy Gate wouldn't find trouble with him anymore. Lu Chun could also train in peace. Hey, that! Suddenly, someone in the enemy army called out to Lu Chun. Lu Chun turned around curiously. Can you remove the Holy Gate's jurisdiction over the Holy Gate City? It's really annoying to have to pay tribute every day. A player's suggestion resonated with the others. Yeah, the game's difficulty is so high now. We can't afford the membership fees anymore. Many people are stuck in the novice village. What can they use to pay the membership fees? If they don't pay, they won't be able to learn the skills to buy things. If they pay, they won't be able to afford it. It's simply a vicious cycle. Lu Chun suddenly found a good opportunity to change his image. He thought about it and felt that this rule of the Holy Gate was really disgusting. It didn't matter if you controlled the main city or attracted newcomers. However, using such a disguised, coercive method to force many teams to submit to the Holy Gate was really despicable. Thinking of this, Lu Chun flew directly to the main city's city management office and changed the main city's ownership to the Frenzy Wave Guild. The Holy Gate City's ownership has been changed. It currently belongs to the Frenzy Wave Guild. The main city will be renamed Freedom City. The Frenzy Wave Guild has changed the main city's rules. The restrictions on all resources in the city will be lifted. If you have any objections to this change, please defeat the city lord as soon as possible and occupy the city management office. Once the news was out, most of the players cheered. Holy Gate City has become a free city? F***CK. The Saint Gate has finally fallen. Haha, that's great. I won't have to be threatened by the Saint Gate anymore. Freedom City, we're free. Ling Tian and the others might have some ideas. After settling these matters, Lu Chun left Holy Gate City. To be precise, it should now be called Freedom City. Unfortunately, Lu Chun left on Nine-Wing. With Nine-Wing around, the other mounts couldn't fly. Geo anxiously looked at the departing figure, but she couldn't catch up to him. This guy, why does he have such a domineering mount? Geo said angrily. If you're so domineering, be careful you don't have any friends. Speaking of which, Lu Chun always felt that other players misunderstood him, thinking that he was cold and aloof, but this was not without reason. When he used his mount, no one else around him could use it. This was too overbearing. Lu Chun finally had an answer. He didn't care if Ling Tian and the others would seek revenge on him. Anyway, if they came, he would just kill them. Finally, I can properly level up. Lu Chun stood on Nine-Wing's head and looked down at the ground. Speaking of which, I haven't even explored the Novice Village map. There are too many opportunities in Jiutian, so I'd better explore as much as possible. Lu Chun was a little impatient, but he didn't want to miss any opportunities. In a compromise, he kept Nine-Wing and explored the map quickly in rapid flight mode. Rapid flight can increase the flying speed by up to 6 times, but even so, it still took Lu Chun more than 10 hours to finally complete the map of Nieyuan Village. There's nothing to gain. There should be more than one novice village in the second heaven. If every one of them is this big, my goodness, how big would this map be? Forget it. Let's go to the level 60 map and run around. All right, I heard someone say that there's a difficult instance dungeon in the level 60 map. If the difficulty is increased by 4 times, maybe it'll drop some good stuff. Liu Chen's current equipment was too poor. For example, Earth-splitting chasm used to be very useful and was one of Liu Chen's favorite skills. However, it was difficult to hit people with such skills now. The people here had high skill levels, so they didn't need some high-level equipment. After that, Liu Chen set off toward Zhanya Dragon. Now, many players had returned to the novice village. However, Zhanya Dragon didn't see a single person after a long time. There were only some bustling monsters leisurely wandering around the map. Damn, the monsters in the level 60 map are already so big. They're even bigger than the bosses in the level 1 dungeon. Liu Chen couldn't help but think, if the improvement in the second heaven was already so huge, then what would happen in the third heaven, fourth heaven, or even ninth heaven? What would it be like? I wonder when I can go to the third heaven. Liu Chen thought, and suddenly remembered his quest in the second heaven. Quest Sanctimonious, kill Master Spiritual Martial Apothecary. Liu Yi said that that guy was already a top-tier boss in the second heaven. One must know that this guy was also a boss and belonged to the monsters. So, the difficulty of the hard mode should be increased greatly for him. It seemed that if he encountered that guy in the future, it would be a fierce battle. Zhanya Dragon's instance dungeon was not difficult to find. The cave entrance alone was more than 30 meters high. Anyone who wasn't blind could find it. As Liu Chen was thinking, he found the entrance to the instance dungeon. I'm here. Hope there's something good. Liu Chen touched the instance dungeon's door and received the instance dungeon's information. Instance dungeon, door of life and death, party instance dungeon. After the instance dungeon's name came out, 2 options appeared in front of Liu Chen. They were door of life and death and door of life and death. Please select the instance dungeon you wish to enter. Note, once selected, you can only enter this instance dungeon. Damn, what's going on? Liu Chen was a little depressed. Anyway, there were not many instance dungeons in Zhoutian that were normal. Of course, Zhoutian itself was not normal. It was normal for there to be these strange instance dungeons. Damn, is there any hint? Liu Chen did not know which one to choose. He planned to try the door of life and death. After all, in many cases, you would need to make a choice before the description would pop up. However, just as the words were about to come out of his mouth, Liu Chen suddenly stopped. No, what if after I choose, the system assumes that I chose this instance dungeon? Wouldn't I die miserably? After thinking about it, Liu Chen very carefully chose the door of life and death. Even if the system recognized it, it would not be too bad. You have chosen the door of life and death. Liu Chen's face was full of helplessness. Very good, I knew it. Fortunately, I was prepared and chose a door of life with more doors of life. There are a total of 100 doors of life and death. 99 of them are the easier doors of life, and one of them is the more difficult door of death. The difficulty of this door of death is more difficult than all of the doors of life and death. Only by clearing this door of death will you be given the opportunity to choose another door of life and death. After clearing all the doors of death, you will receive a special reward. Chapter 345. All the choices made by the door of life and death will activate a buff or debuff. The door of life will activate a buff and the door of death will activate a debuff. Please select the dungeon you wish to enter. Liu Chen frowned as he carefully studied the complicated dungeon. He could almost smell the scent of danger, a title. In other words, if I choose the door of death, I can continue to challenge the 99 doors of life and death. As for the remaining 99 doors of death, I can obtain a special reward if I pass all the doors of death. Anyway, he already had a lot of titles. He didn't mind adding one more. However, the words special reward still had an extraordinary attraction. Everyone could obtain a normal reward. As for the special reward, there shouldn't be many people who had it. Immediately, Liu Chen looked at the 100 doors in the menu. After taking a closer look, Liu Chen was suddenly enlightened. Below each door was some data. For example, the first door had number of players selected, 14312. Number of players cleared, 7433. Most recent time of clearance, for months ago. Shortest time of clearance, 17 minutes, 44 seconds. Wait, the most recent time of clearance was actually 4 months ago? How long has the second heaven been open for? The Holy Gate and the others have only occupied the main city for slightly more than 2 months. Liu Chun felt strange. Moreover, no one has cleared it within 4 months. Whatever, there are too many secrets in Jiuqian. I can only slowly find the answers in the future. Liu Chun muttered to himself. Regardless of whether the data was wrong or not, since it showed that so many people had cleared it, it was obvious that this was the door of life. The same data appeared below the second door. It was the same for the third door. Most of the doors had been chosen and cleared a few months ago. The strange thing was that no one had cleared it in the past 4 months. Until the end, Liu Chun found that the data of a door was very eye-catching. Number of players selected, 41. Number of players cleared, 0. Most recent time of clearance, none. Shortest time of clearance, none. The only door that no one had cleared was obviously the door of death. Should I choose the door of death? Liu Chun took a deep breath. Speaking of which, according to the current difficulty of the game, the door of life should drop some good equipment. The unique characteristic of the Death Gate was that no one had cleared it before, so it was impossible to estimate its difficulty. According to the system, this is the most difficult of all the Death Gates. As long as I can pass it, the other Death Gates won't be a problem. Liu Chun hesitated for a while before he finally made up his mind. If I have the strength, it would be a waste if I don't try. Wealth comes from danger. Let's do this. Taking a deep breath, Liu Chun chose the last door. At the same time, the number of people who had chosen the last door changed to 42. As a result, the moment he entered the instance dungeon, Liu Chun was shocked by the system prompt. Acquired debuff death aura seal. Except for summoning skills, all techniques, equipment attributes and special effects, skills, acquired talents, consumables are disabled. Health regeneration is reduced by 200%. What the F***CK? Seeing this debuff, Liu Chun, who is always calm, immediately cursed. Speaking of which, the large group of players who had cleared the door of life were actually very strong. It should be known that even Ling Tian's team hadn't cleared any of the door of life. And even with such a group of super strong players, no one had cleared the door of death. This indeed showed how difficult the door of death was. As expected of the door of death, once the debuff appeared, it made people have the urge to give up. Not far ahead, there were 4 or 5 huge rhinoceroses patrolling. Looking at their IDs, Liu Chun realized that they weren't rhinoceroses, but Kuei bulls, a type of monster in the classic of mountains and seas. No way. In the first layer of heaven, Kuei bulls are considered boss-level existences. How can they be 110 year? Now, Liu Chun was a little embarrassed. He could only rely on normal attacks, and normal attacks didn't have combos, critical hits, or poison attacks. Wait, maybe my critical hit is still there. The Death Aura Seal seals the acquired talent, and I'm originally a Knoll, so I was born with a critical hit talent. This talent shouldn't be considered acquired. Another thing worth rejoicing over was that he could still summon Source. Source's talent was immune to both physical and spiritual attacks, so it was safe to be a meat shield. If I don't have a skill, then I don't have a skill. I still have so many basic attributes. If I can't pass the door of death, then it's even more impossible for others to pass. Thinking of this, Liu Chun regained some of his confidence. Let's give it a try. Source, go and pull a Kuei bull over. Let's get familiar with it first. Source saw the opportunity and pulled a patrolling Kuei bull in front of Liu Chun. The master and servant attacked the Kuei bull at the same time. The Kuei bull's HP was 19 million. As expected of a sub-level monster in the hard difficulty, Liu Chun's normal attack was about 240,000. After deducting the opponent's defense, he could still deal about 180,000 damage. Fortunately, the first attack was a critical hit, and the damage soared to 500,000 plus. Haha, as expected, my critical hit is still there. With Source, there is no danger at all. Additionally, it was worth noting that the Kuei Bull's attacks had a spiritual attack effect, and Source could absorb spiritual attacks. Its initial spiritual attack was about 13,000. Every time it received damage, it would increase its spiritual attack by 300. Not bad. It seems like I should pull more monsters and let Little Source accumulate spiritual attack faster. After killing this one, I'll let Little Source tank the monsters. It took around 3 to 4 minutes to kill the first Kuei Bull. Killed Kuei Bull, level 60, first advancement demon. Obtained 10. 8 million world essence. Obtained 5 first advancement talent fragments. Obtained 5 first advancement 1-star evolution points. Increased pure aura by 36 points. It's the same as the Radiant Moon Werewolves. It's a first advancement 1-star evolution material. The quality is a bit low, but there are more of them. Not bad. I just happen to need a large amount of first advancement 1-star evolution material to level up. Ding! Obtained Kuei Bull thick leg armor, purple, Kuei Bull inner core, alchemy material, X1, purple demon beast core X5. The first 1 drop purple equipment and 5 demon beast cores. The drop rate is really good. Little Source, we should be able to clear this death gate. It's just a matter of time. Let's pull more monsters. As an extremely rare puppet, Origin had super strong abilities. In the following fights, Origin became a tank without any pressure. Moreover, the more others attacked it, the higher its damage. After 10 minutes, after killing 3 Kuei Bulls, Origin's magic attack was 130,000. Its magic attack was increasing by 10,000 every minute. After an hour, Origin's attack had already exceeded Liu Chen's double critical damage. This guy's magic attack was close to 700,000, and its physical attack was 140,000. A casual normal attack could deal 800,000 plus damage. The only thing that made it worse than Liu Chen was that its attack speed was slower than Liu Chen's. At this time, the damage of the two was basically equal. After 2 hours, Origin's damage had exceeded 1,500,000. Liu Chen had already become a bystander. Damn, big brother, the boss room is in front. I'm gonna hug your thigh. Liu Chen looked at his puppet in admiration. This guy is too fierce. Chapter 346. Inside the boss room was a huge Western dragon. After Liu Chen recovered, he asked Little Originator to start the fight. Abyssal Black Dragon, please give me a good one. Liu Chen said excitedly. The boss had 300 million HP and many AoE skills. However, for Little Originator only needed to increase its magic attack. Liu Chen just needed to make sure he didn't get hit. Little Originator's attack remained at 5 million. Together with Liu Chen's hundreds of thousands of attack, they dealt around 2 million DPS. After a dozen minutes, the Abyssal Black Dragon's HP dropped to 30%. However, at this time, the Abyssal Black Dragon started to use a skill. Fire, Black Flame Prairie, Elemental Prefix. It's an elemental attack. Liu Chen exclaimed. Little Originator was actually afraid of elemental attacks and heavenly wrath attacks. Liu Chen quickly switched to dual control mode, helping Little Originator to dodge the skill while avoiding it. Without the help of the Eye of the Gods, Liu Chen could only rely on his own judgment to estimate the range of the skill. He quickly controlled Little Originator to dodge to the side. Black Flame Prairie had a very large range. After the skill ended, a large area of black flames would be left on the ground. It seemed that stepping on it would cause continuous damage. Fortunately, Liu Chen had practiced in the Radiant Moon Werewolves base camp for more than 10 days. He was already familiar with dual control and successfully controlled Little Originator to avoid the damage. In addition to this skill, the Abyssal Black Dragon entered a short period of moderation, and its attack type also returned to physical attack and magic attack. However, Liu Chen didn't dare to be careless. He was only one step away from clearing the stage. Even if he didn't attack, he had to make sure that Little Originator didn't make any mistakes. 3 minutes later, the flames on the ground were almost extinguished. The abyssal black dragon started the second round of Black Flame Prairie. Activate once every 3 minutes. Liu Chan silently noted down the time. At most, we can hold on for 3 more waves, and the battle should be over. The closer they got, the more focused Liu Chan became. The third round, the fourth round, and the fifth round. Haha, finally dodged it. This guy is almost dead. Full DPS. More than a minute later, Liu Chen's triple critical hit, along with the 2 million damage from Little Originator, finally landed on the final boss. You have killed Abyssal Black Dragon, LV60 Death's Gate Leader. Obtained 33 million World Evolution Points. Obtained First Transition, Second Stage Fragment X8. Obtained First Transition, Second Star, Evolution Points X8. Obtained 36 points of Pure Aura. Ding! Obtained Abyssal Dragon Crystal Bow, Legendary Dazzling Gold, Black Dragon Necklace, Dark Gold Necklace, 100 Generations of Life and Death Gate Reset Scroll, Dragon Gallbladder, Alchemy Material, Dragon Skeleton, Puppet Material, Dragon Bone Material, Monster Core Orange. The Abyssal Black Dragon dropped a bunch of items. There were 2 pieces of equipment, a Legendary Dazzling Gold and a Dark Gold Necklace. The rest were mostly materials. Dazzling Golden Bow. Liu Chan was excited. This was his second piece of Dazzling Gold equipment. The first one was the Treasure Universal Annihilation, but it could only be activated after killing 50 creatures of the same level. Currently, it could only be used to increase basic attributes. This time, a weapon was directly dropped. Moreover, it was a bow and arrow. Liu Chan previously had an archer's flash shot skill, but he lacked a weapon. Let's check the equipment. Don't make it activate again. Abyssal Dragon Crystal Bow, Legendary Dazzling Gold. When the bow appeared in front of Liu Chan was stunned. Liu Chan had seen a lot of bows. After all, a lot of players like to play long range. Later on, pugilists could become archers. However, the appearance of this bow had surpassed all the bows he had seen. It was a black bow. The entire bow was made of crystal. The cut surface was like a diamond, faintly emitting a black light. 2 dragons were coiled around the bow, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. It was as if they were about to leave the bow and soar into the sky. Damn, this is pretty cool. Attack. Physical attack 6744 to 8973. Magic attack 1500. Strength 6700. Agility 6900. Physique 3400. Attack range 1500 meters. Double critical hit chance 32%. Triple critical hit chance 7%. Quadruple critical hit chance 1%. Critical hit damage 10%. Special effect 1. Panic Spirit. When attacking the target, it will temporarily delay the target's casting speed 1 seconds. If there is a critical hit after the attack, the target will be stunned. Double critical hit, stun for 1 second. For every double critical hit, stun duration will be extended by 1 second. Special effect 2, Sky Piercing. The arrow's flying speed is ignored. Once it is shot, it will directly hit the target. It ignores any special effect of Dazzling Gold equipment or defense and evasion special effect of mid-earth level techniques. Special effect 3, Super Long Range Shooting. After 10 seconds of charging, a super long range shooting will be performed. Maximum range is 3,000 meters. Attack power increased by 300%. At the same time, it will enjoy the special effects of Panicked Spirit and Permitha. This attack is an area attack. It requires 50 arrows. It can attack up to 50 enemies within a radius of 100 meters. Special effect 4, the Strongest Bow. It can attack the opponent's weapon. Requires locking time of more than 3 seconds. After hitting, it will nullify the opponent's special effect of Dazzling Gold equipment or attack effect of mid-earth level techniques. Explanation 1. The Abyss Dragon Crystal Bow requires the arrow Black Crystal Arrow. Explanation 2. The Abyss Dragon Crystal Bow can be used in battle. Seeing these 4 special effects, Lu Chun could no longer stay calm. Damn, this is an artifact. Panic Spirit did not sound like much. It only delayed the opponent's casting time by 0.1 seconds. However, the last sentence suddenly made this skill an unsolvable skill. Why? Because the total rate of Lu Chen's double and triple critical hit had reached 77%. Even if he gave up the 32% double and triple critical hit rate of the Wishful Staff, the 32%, 7%, and 1% critical hit rate of the Abyss Dragon Crystal Bow reached 40%. Coupled with the critical hit rate of the Werewolf Bloodline, his total critical hit rate finally reached 85%. The problem now was that Lu Chen only had a 15% chance of not getting a critical hit. Damn, this Panic Spirit is really strong. Panic Spirit alone was not enough. The Sky Piercer turned the arrows into instant damage, and it was almost guaranteed to hit. Coupled with Panic Spirit, it gave Lu Chen enough time to interrupt the opponent. In fact, if Lu Chen used the bow, the opponent was very likely to be stunned to death. Super long-range shooting combined a group attack and super long-range shooting. The exaggerated distance of 3,000 meters made even Lu Chen a little nervous. Was this the ability to take the enemy's head from thousands of miles away? The last strongest bow completely distinguished this bow from all the other orange and dark gold equipment. As long as the opponent's weapon was locked, the opponent's attack could be directly broken. How terrifying was that? If Traceless was using the 9 secrets of Imperial Sword, Lu Chen could beat him until he doubted his life. Strong, strong, too strong. Lu Chen picked up the bow and could not put it down. It's handsome and strong. I love it. Chapter 347. The Black Dragon Necklace's 3D attribute was around 2,000. It added 2,000 attack and had 4 special effects. Special Effect 1, Dragon Slayer Knight. Damage to dragons increased by 30%. Special Effect 2, Enhanced Attack. Damage increased by 200%. Cooldown of 30 seconds. Special Effect 3, Land of Death. After active use, lose 20% of your max HP and lose 1% of your HP every second. At the same time, you will gain the status Land of Death. For every 1% of your HP lost, your attack speed will increase by 4%. Special Effect 4, Dragon Blood Boil. After active use, lose 80% of your current HP and gain the status Dragon Blood Boil. All damage increased by 80%. This status can coexist with Land of Death. Dragon Blood Boil said that the damage increased by 80%. This meant that it did not only refer to the attack power. For example, the 1 million poison attack would be increased to 1,800,000. Oh my god, this necklace is fierce, but it seems to be a self-damaging way of fighting. Lu Chen took a deep breath. He would often self-harm, especially that Dragon Blood Boil. It would reduce his current HP to 80%. Even if he had full HP, he would be in the red after using it. However, on second thought, Lu Chen did not seem to have anything to be afraid of. I have 2 lives. Using this skill is not very dangerous. Moreover, if I use a bow, the opponent will have a hard time hitting me. Forget it, this necklace is better than the previous one. I'll wear it first. As for the special effects, I can use the first 3. As for the last one, Dragon Blood Boil, I'll see how it goes. After killing the Abyssal Black Dragon, Lu Chen obtained the right to reset the Door of Life and Death. No, if it's reset, then I can't go to the Door of Life here. Many people had cleared the Door of Life. However, Lu Chen still wanted to try because he thought of a problem. If he cleared all the Doors of Life, would there be a special reward? Even if the reward was not as good as 100 Doors of Death, there should be some reward. Lu Chen fully displayed his greedy nature. Anyway, I'm just leveling up. I'll reset it after clearing the Door of Life. After saying that, Lu Chen started to clear the dungeon. The difficulty of the Life Gate was much lower than the Death Gate. Not only did it not have any restrictions, but it also had various buffs. Lu Chen only took 22 minutes to complete the first dungeon. F*CK, 22 minutes. Someone actually took less time than me. Lu Chun looked at the record of this door. Someone had cleared it in a little over 17 minutes. It was hard to imagine that someone was stronger than the current Lu Chun. Right? Could it be because of the increased difficulty of the game? Forget it. My goal is to clear all the life gates. I don't need to break the record. There were 100 dungeons in the 99 gates of life and death. Even if he cleared 2 dungeons in an hour, it would still take him 50 hours. There are another 100 doors waiting for Lu Chun. This was definitely a huge project. Looks like we'll have to stay in this dungeon for a while. 4 days later, Lu Chun finally reset the dungeon and entered the door of 99 deaths. After clearing 2 of the death gates here, Lu Chun discovered that the difficulty of the death gates here was much lower than the independent death gates from before. Although there were some debuffs and restrictions, as long as Lu Chun used his skills, it wouldn't be a problem. The only problem was that he really wanted to puke. I'm crazy. Although I got a lot of equipment, none of them are particularly good. How unlucky. I got a lot of materials. Forget it. I'll go back to the city and deal with my bag first. Then I'll see where I can get black crystal arrows. After saying that, Lu Chun temporarily left the dungeon and headed to Freedom City. Ling Tian and the others had no intention of taking back the main city. He didn't know if they had really given up or if they were just waiting for revenge. Lu Chun didn't care about them. After returning to the city, he put all the materials in his bag into the city's warehouse. The warehouse is so big. It feels good to be the only one using it. Lu Chun smiled. The number of players in Freedom City now seemed to be less than before. From a few players on the street, Lu Chun found out the reason. Although he had removed the unreasonable rules here, after he defeated the Holy Gate, it also meant that the largest guild in the level 60 map had disbanded. Today, the game's difficulty had multiplied. The original Holy Gate members had lost their support and were once again divided into small teams. They had no choice but to return to the various novice villages. In fact, the disbandment of the Holy Gate had led to the biggest wave of players returning to the novice villages. Damn it, what have I done? Lu Chun was extremely depressed. City Lord, although many people are scolding you now, you don't have to be discouraged. A passerby said to Lu Chun, "This isn't your problem at all. It's that goddamn solipsistic's fault. I really want to kill that guy." Lu Chun's expression was a little stiff. Now, all the players in the server are gathering to fight him. Another passerby heard someone scolding solipsistic and immediately came over. As long as they scolded solipsistic, they would be friends. More and more people gathered around. Isn't that right? This is the first time I've encountered a situation where everyone in the server hates one person at the same time. This is the galaxy server. It means that the entire galaxy is hunting him down. Now the bounty has reached 6 million, and it's still rising. Let me tell you, everyone is united now. The game is so difficult. Who has spare money? Even so, there are still many people who insist on increasing the amount of money raised every day. Really? That's how it should be. Passerby suddenly became excited. As long as each of us can fork out 1 gold coin a day, with more people in time, we'll definitely be able to get those super strong players to help us. Yes, we should start a campaign. Let's call it 1 gold coin a day for everyone. City Lord, you should participate too. If it wasn't for him, your Freedom City would definitely be overcrowded. Facing the enthusiastic invitation, Lu Chun was already heartbroken. Why change his character? He probably wouldn't be able to turn over a new leaf in this lifetime. Good luck. Lu Chun's heart was bleeding, but he squeezed out a smile and encouraged everyone to continue raising the bounty for him. My life is too difficult. Quickly leaving this place, Lu Chun ran to the weapons and consumables merchant. Flying feather arrow, gale arrow, black steel arrow, black steel arrow. Damn, just one more word. Lu Chun only found the arrow he was looking for when he flipped to the last page. Damn, 1 gold coin per arrow. Lu Chun almost broke down. Boss, you're robbing me. These were arrows. Who knew how many would be used in a single battle? This price was definitely sky high. Hee hee, City Lord, don't you have 4 million in your backpack? You're not willing to spend such a small amount of money. The shop owner could see the amount in Lu Chen's backpack and smiled evilly. A player who was looking at the arrows beside him was so shocked that his face turned pale. He turned his head and looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. 4 million? What a tycoon. The Holy Gate hated Lu Chen to the core, but in the end, they only raised the bounty to 2 million. The entire server's players had raised 6 million, but this guy alone had 4 million. Chapter 348. Lu Chen shook his head. Even if he had money, this was not the way to spend it. Boss, do you know where there's a cheaper one? If you're a 6-star blacksmith, you can forge it yourself. But how many 6-star blacksmiths are there? If you want to use black crystal arrows, you should buy them from me. Lu Chen did not want to be cheated by this merchant, so he said, forget it. I will go to the crafting master's place to take a look. Lu Chen arrived at the blacksmith profession. He looked at the material requirements. He had a large stock of materials for the black crystal arrow. Lu Chen calculated the cost. In fact, it was only a few dozen silvers, but the grocer had increased the price by more than 10 times. That way, even if I don't have enough materials, I can collect some materials and refine them myself. I could save a lot of money. More importantly, I can resupply myself in the wild. Then I'd better level up to 6-star. Otherwise, I really can't afford to use the black crystal arrows. Damn, I used to think that gold coins were useless. Now that I think about it, I really regret it. I should have bet more with them. Lu Chen began to strengthen the equipment in his hands. He was still lacking a bit of proficiency, so Lu Chen continued to forge the black iron cloud-piercing arrows and other miscellaneous items. In any case, he had never sold the materials he had obtained from the second heaven. It was enough for him to level up to 6 stars. He believed that he could resell the equipment and arrows, so he wouldn't make a loss. After refining for more than an hour, Lu Chen finally reached the level of a 6-star blacksmith. He started to refine the black crystal arrow. Let's collect some materials while we're refining. Lu Chen bought a booming cauldron and shouted at the Free Cities map. 70 silver taels for unlimited black dragon scale and 70 silver taels for black dragon crystal iron. Interested parties, please trade at the weapon refiner's booth in the Free City. Lu Chen's price was twice as high as what the players sold to the shops, but it was still 30 to 40% lower than the usual purchase price. However, the problem was that right now, players were in dire need of money. Money was not spared, and monsters were not easy to kill. It was a vicious cycle. As soon as this news came out, it immediately attracted a large number of players. The price is quite fair. I have 60 sets of dragon scales and 25 sets of crystal iron. They can be sold for 6 gold coins. That's great. I have 100 of them here. That's 7 gold coins. Awesome. Finally, I have some income. Damn it. I've never been so poor in the first heaven. That's right. I'm almost bankrupt now. Lu Chen's stall was right there, and players could directly trade with him. He only needed to mind his own business and craft equipment. Before he knew it, it was already nighttime. The 140,000 gold coins that Lu Chen had given him had all been spent. After this batch of black crystal arrows, Lu Chen had refined 1,300,000 black crystal arrows. Miraculously, after crafting 130 black crystal arrows, Lu Chen's profession level stopped at 6-star 5%. From the looks of it, refining a certain type of item had a restriction on the advancement of one's profession. It's so difficult to rise from 6-star to 7-star. Actually, Lu Chen was not in a hurry to level up his job class. He had already achieved his objective for this trip. Now, he could return and continue grinding the door of life and death. This would probably take at least 4 days. However, when Lu Chen was engrossed in the game until the second day, something big happened. Today was a super important day for the players on Earth. At 7:40 in the morning, the number of online players in the Jiotian server had broken through the shocking 3 billion mark. There was only one reason for this. Today, the second heaven of Jiotian was officially opened. It was said that it would be a world filled with gold. It was said that the monsters there could drop orange equipment. It was said that there would be an even more vast and majestic world structure there. After a boring month of double farming, the players were already filled with anticipation for the new world that was about to arrive. Mad Demon 2. He only left a sentence on the forum. He didn't even say much about what the second heaven was like. Sigh. He just likes to be alone. But it's strange. Brother Nameless seems to have disappeared from the face of the earth during this time. Let's not care about them. We can enter the second heaven now. I'm now 5 gods. I'll definitely look down on everyone in the second heaven. You're finally here. After a month of grinding, I'm about to puke. This is great. He, the second heaven, prepared to receive the anger of all the players. There were still 10 minutes until the second heaven opened. In the southern military region, an old man was on the phone with Li Muhua. Sir, we're ready. After a month of grinding day and night, the Predator's equipment level disadvantage has already caught up. Moreover, we have a divine beast. At least in the second celestial layer, we won't lose to the other military forces. But sir, did the people over there release any news about the second heaven? The old man frowned slightly. No, currently, the staff of Heavenly Guild are not qualified to come into contact with the second heaven. All right, what did Luchin say? I asked him. This time, he was a little hesitant. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I feel like he has a guilty conscience. Guilty conscience? The old man frowned slightly. Why would that guy have a guilty conscience? Did he do something to betray the military? Who knows? Anyway, we'll know when we reach the second heaven. In the Mad Waves Guild, the guild members were very excited. It's finally going to open. I'm dying of boredom. When we reach there, we'll kill a few hundred small monsters and see if they really drop orange equipment. I don't know where the guild master went. He hasn't appeared for so long. He didn't even come to the second heaven today. Do you know where he is? Hua Xiang asked. Lu Yi frowned slightly. I asked him a few times. He said he was farming dungeons. I don't know what dungeons in the first heaven are worth farming. All right. He also said that when we reach the second heaven, we should wait for him in the village and not leave the village. If that's the case, what if Little Wild really drops orange equipment? Won't we fall behind? 10 Steps said worriedly. Lenua thought for a while. If the guildmaster said that, he should have his reasons. Let's wait and see. Brother Handsome, Brother Chic, please inform the others that when Mad Waves reaches the second heaven, we won't make any moves. Ning Xuan was still looking around. That's strange. It's such a big day today, but Master didn't come. 3 billion players worldwide, including countless professional players and official teams, were all waiting for the last exciting moment. It was as if the curiosity that had been suppressed for a month was finally about to explode. At 8:00, a huge black hole appeared in front of the Tong Tian Tower. This black hole was at least 100 meters tall and tens of meters wide. The second heaven has been opened. Players, please enter from the entrance of the Tong Tian Tower in the Yellow Sand World. I wish everyone a pleasant gaming experience in the second heaven. In an instant, countless players poured into the door. It was a door that led to a whole new world of gold. Yay, the second heaven. We're finally here. Ha 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 ha. Steel Core game? Sorry, we're no longer the same as before. We're the strongest. Let's go. Chapter 349. After a long wait, the second heaven finally opened. Countless players rushed to enter the new world. After entering the game, all the players on Earth were born in an area called Earth Village. This map was huge, and countless players gathered there. The players collectively received a system message. You have entered the second heaven. We wish you a happy game. It's finally here. Some players were already crying tears of joy. After fighting for 200 days and nights, we've finally entered the second heaven. Look at the sky. It's even bluer than the first heaven. The air is so fresh. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go and snatch the wild beasts. They're dropping orange equipment. A large number of players rushed out of the Earth Village's protection area. They rode on various mounts and hunted for wild beasts. Quick, quick, quick. Our good days are coming. Let's go. There must be more opportunities in the second heaven. Maybe we'll get something big and surpass Mad Demon and Nameless. Time is life now. Let's go. Don't team up. Let's snatch as many wild beasts as possible. Quick. A young couple entered the dense forest outside the Earth Village. They both looked to be around 18 or 19 years old. The boy was tall and handsome while the girl looked frail. Hubby, are you sure we don't want to team up? This is the second heaven. The girl followed closely behind the boy. The boy patted his chest. What's there to be afraid of? Our equipment is already very strong. We could just kill wild beasts. It'll be a different story if we get orange equipment. Don't worry, honey. We're very strong now. I have more than 500,000 HP and high defense. You're also good at healing and poison. Don't be afraid. The girl looked at the boy with admiration. Okay, I'm the safest with you around. After showing off their affection, the young couple continued to move deeper into the dense forest. After walking for a short distance, a loud noise came from behind them. Then, a 30-meter-tall behemoth appeared behind them. The two of them turned around at the same time. They were stunned when they saw a pair of blood-red eyes. The girl stared at the huge behemoth and said blankly, Hubby, why? Why is there such a big boss here? Did we encounter a wild boss? Damn, is this the boss of the second heaven? That's too scary. Such a big boss appeared in the beginner village. Hubby, but its avatar doesn't show the boss avatar. The boy thought for a moment. That's right, boss avatars all had special logos. This one didn't have any boss logo. Right at this moment, that guy rushed toward the two of them. Its speed was extremely fast, and its huge body caused the ground to rumble. With a boom, the radiant moon werewolf slapped at him. As a melee fighter, the boy could only go up and yell, Wifey, heal me. However, this slap was a critical hit, dealing 670,000 damage. F***CK. I was insta-killed. The boy screamed and returned to the novice village. The boy's HP bar disappeared instantly. The girl had been preparing for a long time, but she had lost her target. She looked at the huge monster in horror. It was already impossible to escape, but the damage just now was simply too exaggerated. The Radiant Moon werewolf wasn't the type to go easy on women. With another slap, he killed the 330,000 HP medicine master before swaggering off. Similar scenes were playing out endlessly outside the Earth Village. However, these were all small groups. Outside the Earth Village, a Radiant Moon werewolf was surrounded by hundreds of people. When they saw this Radiant Moon werewolf, the thirsty players were extremely excited. Ha ha ha, boss spawned. Come and kill the boss. It might drop dark gold. F***CK, what a huge boss. It's time to show our true strength. Quick hands get it, slow hands get it. Everyone charge. Wipe out the second heaven. The Radiant Moon werewolf looked at these people expressionlessly. When it saw the player at the front, it waved its claw. Minus 440,000 insta-killed. The group of players who were in charge hurriedly stopped, their bodies petrified. This is so strong. Why is there such a scary boss outside the novice village? F***CK. Does this boss have to be so strong? Its attack is even higher than a Sky Domain boss. Boss my ass, it's not a boss at all. It doesn't even have an elite avatar. It's a small monster. Small monster? The group of people sized up this huge 30-meter tall creature again. Bro, are you sure it's a small monster? I don't think it's small at all. F***CK. This isn't a boss at all. I was insta-killed by this monster just now. There are all these monsters around here. It's terrifying. What? There are all these monsters? F***CK. That's impossible. Then what do we do? In hard mode, the Radiant Moon werewolf's attack had increased by more than 4 times. Werewolves had high attack to begin with, and in easy mode, they could deal almost 100,000 HP to Lu Chun. The players were either sent flying or killed instantly. They were utterly defeated in an instant. Seeing the boss kill indiscriminately, the players at the back retreated. In the end, they all turned around and ran. F***CK, it's killing us. Run. It insta-killed one player in one hit. What's there to fight? Run. Those in front, run faster. Are you crazy? Why are all these small monsters so fierce? Help! Don't block the way. I want to return to the safe zone. The Radiant Moon Werewolf killed hundreds of players. Suddenly, it realized that the group of people who wanted to kill it had all run away. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the novice village was especially crowded. A group of people hid in the safe zone. The entire safe zone was filled with a strange emotion. Disappointment, depression, and some fear. A Caucasian man sat on the ground, his face full of grievance. With a sobbing tone, he said, "Didn't we say that we were here to pick up money? I even dropped my 5 divine martial bracers. I couldn't beat it even with the divine martial set. Now that my equipment is gone, how am I supposed to fight?" The surrounding players were also complaining. "I thought I was here to kill monsters. I didn't expect to be killed by monsters the moment I arrived. And insta-killed. Do you think I don't care about my reputation? Do you have any humanity left? Do you have any humanity left? Are these even small monsters? Are there any small monsters in games like this? Tianxing, come out. Find me a F***king game. You're not treating us players as humans at all. It's just a game. Do you have to torture us like this? How do we offend you, Tianxing? It wasn't easy for us to come here. We were originally happy, but now we've lost our equipment and can't leave the village. What's the point of playing this F***king level 2? Have a good game? Happy my **SS. I can't be happy now." At this moment, perhaps sensing the immense grievances of the players, the system made a notification. Current game difficulty. Hard. Game difficulty upgrade record. June 11th. Lone Tyrant has represented all players in raising the game's difficulty from easy to normal. Monsters' attributes have been doubled, while players' attributes have been reduced by 15%. Higher drops have been unlocked, and dark gold equipment and above have been unlocked. June 18th. Solipsistic represented all players and raised the game difficulty from normal to hard. While monsters' attributes doubled again, players' attributes decreased by 15%. Higher drops unlocked. Dark gold and above equipment unlocked. Dark gold and above equipment unlocked. When the group saw these 2 notifications, their jaws dropped in shock. Mad Devil came a week earlier. What did he do? Chapter 350. Before the Earth players could finish lamenting, another piece of bad news came. This server is Galaxy Server District 19. A total of 700,000 players from the human world from various galaxies are competing here. Players of the Earth Village, please take note. In order to allow everyone to enjoy the fun of competing together, players of the Earth Village will have 2 days to develop. After 2 days, the Earth Village will be officially open to the public. At that time, players who entered this server in advance may come to plunder resources. Please be prepared. The terrifying Xiao Yi from before was already surprising enough. The news that came out in the end instantly caused an uproar in the Earth Village. What? Galaxy server? 700,000 players from the human world? Oh my god, am I seeing things? Did you guys receive the system announcement? Yes, we did. Is it really the Galaxy server? Other than us, there are other players joining? Or are they aliens? Damn, are they playing with aliens? This is too exaggerated. The players felt that their worldview had been turned upside down. However, this was not the main point. The main point was the last sentence. They might come to plunder the Earth Village's resources. This made the Earth players nervous. Are they the same level as us? Didn't we open the second heaven in advance? Why did they enter the game at the same time as us? Don't tell me we're being tortured like dogs. What should we do? We can't even farm the small monsters now. How are we going to deal with those super strong players? Everyone, stop arguing. If this is true, then we can't just sit around and wait for death. You have to know that we represent Earth. That's right. The game is difficult. Let's not fight among the different servers. We must unite now. Guild alliances and official teams of each country. This is the time for you to step forward. Under the external and internal threats, the guild alliances and government organizations of each country finally began to sit down and discuss countermeasures together. An hour later, the guild alliances and military organizations of more than 200 countries held the first Earth Players Congress in a village. At this time, in a large level 2 newbie villages like the Dark Nether village, the players were also discussing the same thing. Come to think of it, the normal players should have entered the server today. It's time to plunder again. Hurry up, I'm going crazy from poverty. Right now, they should all be in the newbie village. They are currently under protection for 2 days. I've also looked at the data. This batch of players from 130,000 worlds will be opening the second heaven domain. Among them, the shortest preparation time is only double the time of 1 month. Their overall strength is quite weak. I've specifically checked. The players from the original world of Solipsistic are also coming over this time. It's a place called Earth. Their preparation time is the shortest of 1 month. Really? F***CK. Then let's create a global village. After the first Earth Players Congress, it was decided that everyone had to give up on their internal conflicts and unite against the outside world. As for the Radiant Moon werewolves at the entrance of the village, they could no longer send them to their deaths one by one. With the original server as the unit, the military would take the lead and the guild alliance would cooperate fully to kill them. You must pay attention to the equipment that players drop when they die. Pick it up if you can and hand it over to the military. Everyone, take a picture of your equipment and use it as proof to claim it. We can't lose any more combat power. Also, all the equipment that you get purple equipment and above, hand it over to Huasia's military for unified management and distribution. Huasia's overall national strength had long surpassed the United States. Their reputation and status in the world were no longer what they used to be. It was normal to hand it over to Huaxia. Also, immediately select a group of the best players and form a 40-man team. Give them priority to equip them with equipment and let them become our fifth strength. At this moment, the Yamato military suddenly asked the representative of Huaxia's military, "Excuse me, is there any news about your country's god of war?" The representative of Huaxia's military shook his head. "I can't contact him for the time being." Sigh. The representative of Yamato sighed. Mad Demon's actions are even more sinister. Basically, we can't count on him. If Nameless is here, perhaps our chances of winning will be higher. Unfortunately, we can't find him at this time. The representatives of other countries also shook their heads helplessly. Now, those who can enter the second heaven should be from the servers that entered earlier. Their players who defeated the Heaven Domain boss are very likely to lead the players in their world to launch a defense or plunder war. But we, the one who defeated the Heaven Domain boss in Huaxia, was solipsistic. That person who slaughtered and killed without mercy would definitely not help them. If only we can find Nameless. He's strong and has a good relationship with Mad Demon. Maybe Mad Demon will help us for his sake. The representative of Huaxia shook his head. Indeed, we can't contact Nameless. I've also asked the Madwave Guild. They haven't seen their guild leader for a month. I think now we shouldn't pin all our hopes on Nameless. According to our previous plan, let's start the selection and farming work first. After agreeing on the strategy, the Earth players finally moved. On one hand, the village held a world's top player selection competition. The participants were the strongest players recommended by the guild alliances of each country, including the closed beta player alliance. Every class had a certain quota. This way, there would be no problem in forming the strongest army in the future. On the other hand, the military teams and professional teams began to lead the players to deal with the super strong monsters in the wild. In fact, farming became a massacre scene, as the Radiant Moon werewolves had an extremely high instant kill rate. Even the tanks with the best equipment had to take turns to take the damage. Fortunately, when the players worked together and had enough numbers, it was not completely impossible to defeat the Radiant Moon werewolves. Gradually, the news of the team's victory began to spread at the same time inside the Madwave Guild. At this time, Everyone was glad that they listened to their guild leader's suggestion and did not leave the Earth Village. Therefore, their guild did not suffer any losses. The guild leader told us to wait for him, but the aliens are about to attack. Why hasn't the boss appeared yet? 10 steps, and the others were anxious. Little May looked at Lu, meaning you should go and ask your brother. Lu nodded and quietly hung up. She called her brother. Brother, what are you doing? Farming dungeons. I'm almost numb. Lu Chen's voice was emotionless. 200 dungeons. It would be strange if Lu Chen was not numb. He had been looking for dungeons before, but now there were more for him to farm. Brother, we've reached the 2nd level. When are you coming over? You've reached the 2nd level? Hey, brother, didn't you receive the system's notification? The 2nd level opens at 8 in the morning. Lu Chen obviously did not receive it. Brother, how long will it take for you to finish farming the dungeons? Lu Chen looked at the remaining dungeons. There were still 44 of them. At least 2 more days. 2 days. 2 days. Lu did not dare to ask more. After all, her brother was probably not going to farm an ordinary dungeon. Well, it's more important for you to farm the dungeons first. Having strength is the most important. After hanging up the phone, Lu calculated the time. Her brother might not be able to arrive before the Earth Village lifted the novice protection. I hope he won't be found so easily. On the other side, in the blink of an eye, they've already reached the 2nd level. Lu Chen's brain was not working. Not only had he been farming for so long, but he had also become numb. Let's continue farming. If we leave this place, I'm afraid I won't want to come back. Lu Chen shook his head. Please, give me a better reward. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.